Chapter 564. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and frowned. He said to him, "You can go about your business. I'll go back myself." "No need. Let's go to the hospital together," he said as he pulled her along. Lin Che thought that the Emo family would be there. If they saw Lin Che, wouldn't they be even angrier? But Gu Jingze was determined to hold her hand. In the hospital, Emo Huiling was crying. "My child is fine. I'm so lucky. But I didn't care about that. I didn't think about my life or my belly. I just wanted to save Gu Jingze." Emo Huiling's mother cried. "My poor child, why are you so silly?" Emo Wen's mother cried and said, "My poor child, why are you so silly? He likes young and beautiful actresses and doesn't want you anymore. Not only did you lose your youth, you're also a virgin, and you want to give birth to his child. You're too silly. You're going to die today. What did the Gu family say? They didn't even come to visit you." Humph. Mu Wanqing was still watching from the side. She didn't know what to say when she saw the mother and daughter crying endlessly. "I said that I would compensate her. Moreover, Jingze said that her child isn't Jingze's. You. Alright, don't think that we're afraid of the Gu family. Yes, the Gu family can cover the sky and country sea. But if anything happens to Huiling, we'll do our best to make things difficult for you. I'll let everyone know about the Gu family's evil deeds and ruin your family's livelihood. Let your son become the president again? Humph, with such evil deeds. I'll see if the people will still elect your family as president. Hey, why are you being so unreasonable? What happened?" At this time Gu Jingze finally came. When Emo Huiling saw Gu Jingze, a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, when she saw that Lin Che was following behind him, her smile fell once again. Seeing Gu Jingze, Emo Huiling immediately said, "Huiling was injured because of you. She doesn't even know if half of her arm can be used. She's pregnant with your child. Luckily she was saved in time. Otherwise the child would have almost died. Do you want to shirk your responsibility now?" Gu Jingze looked at Emo Huiling, who was lying on the bed with an aggrieved expression. "I'll compensate her, but the child isn't mine. You still want to quibble?" Emo Wen's mother said straightforwardly, "Whether the child is yours or not, you'll know once it's born. If you don't admit it, you'll see how others will laugh at you." Gu Jingze said, "My mother once proposed to give her a shopping mall as compensation. Now that she took a bullet for me, I admit it. So, I'll give her another shopping mall. Haining Shopping Mall in Sea City. What do you think?" When he heard that there were 2 shopping malls, Father Emo was tempted. Gu Jingze was indeed Gu Jingze. The Gu family was too generous. How much money was that? "But I don't want any shopping mall." Emo Huiling said directly, "Jingze, I was injured because of you. I want to stay with the Gu family and recuperate in your home." "What?" They all looked at Emo Huiling in surprise. Emo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze stubbornly. "If you don't agree, I'll bang my head against the wall and die in front of your house. Anyway, I'm so embarrassed that I don't want to live anymore." Gu Jingze snorted. "You can do whatever you want. But even if you die, it's none of my business. You can't stay with the Gu family. You, Gu Jingze, if you really want to fight to the death, I won't care so much. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Even if the child in my stomach and I die, I want Lin Che to accompany us. Humph, even if I can't drag her down, I'll make sure her reputation is ruined. You don't care about yourself, but don't you care about Lin Che?" Gu Jingze stood there and was about to speak when Mu Wanqing hurriedly pulled him back. "Jingze, get out. Listen to me." Mu Wanqing led Gu Jingze and Lin Che out. She said to Gu Jingze, "She wants to enter the Gu family because she wants to spend more time with you. She wants to spend more time with you because she still can't let you go. Don't go head on this time, lest you hurt Lin Che. You and Lin Che are on good terms. Even if she moves into the Gu family, it's not a big deal." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che. "Little Che, you don't have to put up with her. If she dares to do anything in front of you, we'll still stand on your side. You're Jingze's legitimate wife. Are you still afraid of her?" Lin Che said, "I'm not afraid." She raised her head. "Mom is right. Forget it, but we'll set a date. After she's recuperated, we'll let her leave the Gu family. I can still hold it in for this little bit of time. Besides, I'm really not afraid of her. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked deeply at Lin Che. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but it was fleeting. Then it was covered in frost once again. In the ward, Mu Wanqing went in and said, I told Jingze that you can go to the Gu family. When Mo Huiling heard this, she immediately widened her eyes and suppressed the excitement in her heart. Really? Yes, but you can only rest until your arm recovers. Mo Huiling nodded hurriedly. Of course, I'm the eldest daughter of the Mo family. I won't stay in your Gu family. Mu Wanqing looked at Mo Huiling and thought to herself, isn't this still staying? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Lin Che to be implicated, because of you, I wouldn't care about you. If things got out of hand, it wouldn't help Lin Che's career. Moreover, she believed that Jingze and Xiaoche wouldn't care about her. Mo Huiling was overjoyed. She sat there and felt that it was worth it to suffer for Jingze. She had said that she would move into the Gu family sooner or later. Now she would do what she said. Moreover, when she moved into the Gu family, she would definitely get Lin Che out of the Gu family and take back everything that belonged to her. Initially, Papa Mo's heart ached for the two shopping malls. But after thinking about it, if she moved into the Gu family, if she got back together with Gu Jingze, then everything in the Gu family would belong to the Mo family in the future. Hence, he felt at ease. That night, Mo Huiling had already packed up and moved to the Gu family's house. She stood at the door of the Gu family and looked at the tight security of the Gu family. She couldn't tell how excited she was. Although it was different from what she had imagined in the past, she would do what she said. One day, she would live in this secret castle that was like a garden. Although this place was not the best and the Mo family could afford it, it was Gu Jingze's place. Looking at the security guards wearing the Gu family's badge, it was obvious that this place was of high status. She thought that moving in was only the first step. She would become the mistress of this place in the future. After entering the house, the servants were naturally unhappy to see Mo Huiling. However, Mo Huiling had never paid attention to these servants. She ordered them immediately, choose a good room for me. Miss Mo, you can choose any room you want, the servant said. All right then. What if I choose Lin Che's room? Madam's room is Sir's room. Of course you can't choose. Mo Huiling was so angry that her face turned purple. Chapter 565. Lin Che and Gu Jingze soon arrived home. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, from today onwards, she'll be living here. Lin Che knew that judging from the scene outside, she had probably already moved in. Lin Che said, forget it. Just treat it as a shadow in the house. I won't care about her. Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. After a long while he said mildly, okay. He held Lin Che's hand and squeezed her palm. Let's just pretend that she doesn't exist. I'll find a chance to kick her out soon. Okay, don't worry about this. I can still hold it in for a few days. Gu Jingze said, let's go. What do you want to eat tonight? Anything. Do you have no appetite? Gu Jingze paused and asked her. Lin Che said, not really. I can't think of anything right now. Eating depends on one's mood. I might suddenly want to eat something, but I might not think of what to eat. Okay. Gu Jingze looked at her. When they entered the house, the helper quickly came up to them. Gu Jingze threw the clothes down, and Mo Huiling hurried out. Jingze, you're back. Gu Jingze only glanced at her. He put on his shoes and threw down his phone. He brushed past Mo Huiling and said, Miss Mo's hand hasn't recovered yet. You should rest. Lin Che only glanced at Mo Huiling and went in without saying anything. Mo Huiling gritted her teeth. She thought to herself, take it slow. Take it slow. She couldn't be so anxious. Lin Che returned to the room and was about to lie down and rest. Gu Jingze looked at her. If you didn't sleep well, sleep a little more tonight. Lin Che said, I guess you won't be able to sleep. Although she was a little sleepy, she could still remember the feeling of being kidnapped. It was scary but not dangerous, but she was still nervous at that time. Lin Che leaned against the wall. Gu Jingze saw her rubbing her eyes. He walked over and leaned against her. He held her head and let her lie on his chest. Okay, go to sleep. I'll stay here with you. But, aren't you going to work? Lin Che knew that he was still very busy. She didn't want to delay his work. Gu Jingzi said, "It's okay. I'll bring it over to do it." As he spoke, he took the tablet over and looked at the things on the side. He said to her, "This will do. Is this okay?" Lin Che saw that it looked like an ordinary tablet computer, but it was different from the tablet computer she used. Her tablet computer downloaded some apps for watching TV series and reading novels, but his was loaded with some strange software. He said, "These can be used to hold meetings, give instructions to subordinates, read documents, transfer documents, and draw pictures. It's enough." Alright, the CEO's tablet was different from ordinary people's. He really didn't have any talent for entertainment. He only knew how to do these things every day. However, since this was where his interest lay, Lin Che understood. She leaned against his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, and gradually closed her eyes. In the dream, she seemed to be constantly groping for something. It was as if she was dreaming of Gu Jingzi's naked body in front of her. His skin was being touched by her unscrupulously. She knew that it was a dream, so she felt especially excited. His excellent muscles felt great in her hands. She just leaned against him until the man on top of her couldn't take it anymore. He patted her shoulder and said, "Lin Che, wake up. It's time to eat." Lin Che opened her eyes in a daze. She saw that she was still lying on his chest. The clothes on his chest had been scratched by her. She was shocked when she thought of what she had done in the dream. It couldn't be. What had she done? Lin Che blushed. Just now. What were you doing in the dream? It felt so good." Gu Jingzi moved closer to her face and asked. Lin Che was speechless. "I didn't." However, he immediately flicked his forehead forcefully. A leopard can't change its spots. "Look at you, you're so perverted. You're still so naughty when you sleep. Ouch, it hurts." Gu Jingzi looked at her. "Alright, don't dawdle here. It's time to eat. I'll go see if the kitchen is ready." Lin Che rubbed his cheeks. But was it really comfortable just now? Gu Jingzi opened the door. The helper hurried over and asked, "Sir, is the kitchen ready?" "Yes, it's ready. What would you like to eat, sir and madam?" the helper asked. Gu Jingzi stood by the door and looked at Lin Che, who was still lying on the bed. "What do you want to eat?" Lin Che lay there and said, I don't really want to eat anything. I just want porridge." Gu Jingzi thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then go and make some porridge." "Only porridge? Okay. Do as you see fit." Yes. The helper left and Gu Jingzi continued to lie with Lin Che, waiting for the porridge to be ready. Mo Huiling waited outside for a long time, but didn't see Gu Jingzi come out. She thought that Gu Jingzi was a workaholic. If he didn't go out to work today, could he be resting? She had been waiting patiently outside. After a while, she saw the helper bring out a huge tray with porridge and side dishes. She walked over and asked, "What are you making?" The helper said, "Madam wants to eat porridge. Sir asked the kitchen to make porridge." Mo Huiling snorted. "Just eat porridge. You're really from the bottom. You can't even recognize good food." However, Mo Huiling also noticed that the porridge wasn't ordinary. There was a bowl of white rice porridge, a bowl of shrimp porridge, a bowl of seafood porridge, and a bowl of white lotus chicken porridge. 4 exquisite bowls were placed in the middle, with delicate porcelain spoons at the side. Around them were side dishes. The 12 sets of side dishes were all different. There were meat and vegetables, hot and cold, and they all looked delicious and exquisite. Although they were just side dishes, they must have taken a lot of effort to make. Mo Huiling couldn't help but think that the Gu family's kitchen was different from others. Although they had chefs in the family, they always did whatever you asked them to do. They had never made such exquisite dishes. Mo Huiling was furious when she thought of Lin Che's status, but he was enjoying the best life in the Gu family. She snorted, but saw that the helper no longer cared about her, and placed the dishes on the dining table. Then she knocked on the door and said, "Sir, madam, are you ready for dinner?" Gu Jingzi heard the sound and looked at Lin Che. "Are you going out to eat?" Lin Che was really too lazy to go out. Thinking that Mo Huiling was still outside, he was too lazy to go out. She said, "I don't want to move." Gu Jingzi looked at her speechlessly. Lin Che tugged at his clothes. "I don't want to leave my bed," Gu Jingzi said helplessly. Alright, wait a minute. Chapter 566. Gu Jingze opened the door and said, "Bring the food in. Madam is not feeling well, so she's eating in her room." "Oh, okay," Gu Jingze said. "Let me see what you've prepared." "Just some porridge and side dishes," the servant said as she brought it over. Gu Jingze said, "Put it on the table inside. Change the seafood porridge with some vegetable porridge. She doesn't have a good appetite, and eating too much seafood is even worse." "Yes, sir." "Put the side dishes in." "Yes, sir." Mo Huiling heard Gu Jingze coming out and wanted to go over to greet him. However, he saw Gu Jingze instructing the servants to prepare food for Lin Che. She thought that Gu Jingze had never cared about her so much in the past. Now he was treating Lin Che like his own daughter. Moreover, Lin Che had a clear conscience. She was lying in the room and waiting for Gu Jingze to make arrangements for her, without doing anything. What kind of wife was she? She didn't care about anything and waited for the servants to serve her. Did she really think of herself as a mistress? However, Gu Jingze only looked up at Mo Huiling and said to the servants, "Okay, put the food down. You can go and do your work." The servants went out and closed the door. Mo Huiling was so angry that she tugged at a servant. "Lin Che is served like this every day. He doesn't do anything and waits for Gu Jingze to bring food to his room?" The servant looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Sir has always been so nice to madam." "What a gluttonous and lazy woman, humph." The servant didn't like what Mo Huiling said and looked at her with a straight face. She was the daughter of the Mo family and was invited here as the benefactor of Sir and Madam. Although everyone knew that she was the one who insisted on coming here, they couldn't do anything about it. Mo Huiling said, "You're so useless. You let your sir serve a woman. Since when does Gu Jingze need to serve a woman?" The servants ignored her and said, "Sir has always coaxed madam like this. Since he doesn't think it's bad, we can't say anything." "You." In the room, Lin Che was very surprised to see the servants bring so many things in one go. There were so many plates and bowls. She simply said that she wanted to eat porridge, but in the end, she actually made 4 bowls of porridge. Later, the servants brought 2 bowls of vegetable porridge with different ingredients, and all of a sudden there were 6 bowls. There were so many side dishes on the side, it was dazzling to look at. Of course, she didn't know that when the kitchen heard that she only wanted to eat porridge, they also felt that it was a little difficult to make. They couldn't just make a bowl of porridge and bring it to the table, so they had to change the method to make other things. So although they only wanted a bowl of porridge, they spent a lot of effort to make so many side dishes. Lin Che said, "There's so much. How can I finish it?" Gu Jingze said, "It's okay. Eat as much as you can. Next time, don't go through so much trouble in the kitchen. It's so embarrassing. This is their job and responsibility. If you don't let them do it, they will feel guilty. They'll wonder if it's because their food isn't good enough that you can't eat it. I just want to eat some porridge." "Okay. Then I'll try my best to eat more in the future, so that they won't think too much." "Okay. Hurry up and eat. I'll eat the seafood. You eat the vegetables. It's better for your stomach." After finishing the meal, Lin Che's stomach felt warm and cozy, and he felt much more comfortable. Leaning against the wall, he saw that Yu Minmin had sent him a WeChat message. She said that the director of the production team had praised her so much. Lin Che was speechless and asked, "When?" Yu Minmin said, "Just before. You'll know when you see it. It's all on the news." Lin Che opened the news to take a look. As expected, the director was being interviewed about the progress of the Witchcraft Chronicles. When it came to the female lead, he praised her and said, "Lin Che is really the most capable and professional actress I've ever seen." The reporter said, "You speak so highly of her. You've worked with many female stars in the past. Are you saying that they can't compare to Lin Che?" In the past, the director had worked with many big names. The reporter deliberately asked this question to create a conflict. When the time came, he might directly write in the news that a certain director had said that A-list celebrities like Mu Firen and Song Shuhai couldn't compare to Lin Che. But the director didn't care about this. He just laughed and said, "There's no comparison. Every actor has their strengths. It's just that I feel that Lin Che has a lot of them. It's really rare for her to have so many strengths at her age. After all, she's still young and hasn't been in the industry for a long time. But most of the female celebrities these days are so delicate that I have to be careful when I work with them. It's the same when I work with them. I'm afraid that if something goes wrong, they'll just quit. Who else would I look for if there's one member of the production team left? But Lin Che isn't like that at all. She eats and lives with the production team. She's hardworking, eats boxed meals, and lives in the wild. I said that there's a car that can send her back to the hotel every day. It's considered that we're being considerate, but she didn't agree. She said that for the progress of the production team, she should eat and live with everyone. The reporter said, "What about her acting skills?" "Not to mention her acting skills. She's a very good person. She often discusses acting skills with the other actors. She's very professional." The director was touched that she was only going back to rest for a few days after she was kidnapped. He didn't even think of asking for compensation from the production team. So this time, he really praised her with all his might. Lin Che was speechless as he watched. "Boss, he's attracting more hatred for me." "It's all right. The fans think that he's doing a good job," Yu Minmin said. "Oh yeah, I'll go see you in the afternoon." "Don't. Mo Huiling's here." "Uft." Lin Che told her about what happened on WeChat. Then he lay down and continued resting. When the director told her about the compliments, many people felt sour. Some said that Lin Che had spent a lot to bribe the director. Some said that many actresses knocked on the director's door in the middle of the night. Qin Wanwan saw it too. She harumphed and said, "She's just so good at winning people's hearts." "Humph," Sister Lin said. "All right, we'll deal with her slowly in the future. I heard that she was kidnapped on set, but she didn't dare to say anything. Who knows what happened in between?" "Io, she didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that she was raped?" Qin Wanwan said, "Humph, serves her right. She snatched my witchcraft notes and kept talking about it. Serves her right to be raped." She made it sound as if the notes belonged to her. But she forgot that it was a fair competition when everyone went to the audition together. There was nothing to snatch or not to snatch the role. The day wasn't fixed, and everyone had a chance to compete. Chapter 567. If you had already decided on someone, but used underhanded methods, that would be considered robbery. Lin Che slept like a log and didn't want to wake up. But one afternoon, Yu Minmin really came to see her. When Yu Minmin came, the people at the door let her in. They only asked for Lin Che after she entered the building. Lin Che woke up and hurried out when he heard that it was her. "You're really here." "Sigh, I was sleeping." "You're sleeping in broad daylight." "I didn't get enough sleep for the past few days." "Also, don't you know the crew? Don't even think about getting enough sleep when you're on set. You should rest for a few days after you come back." Yu Minmin said, "You didn't see the comments the director gave you. You're really not bad. Everyone praises you when you're on set." "Of course, I'm loved by everyone who sees me." "Forget it. I think everyone thinks that you're stupid. They think that you're smart. But it's the first time they've seen someone so stupid. That's why things are rare." "Get lost." The two of them bickered. Lin Che suddenly thought of something and looked back. He didn't know where Mo Huiling had gone. Lin Che said, "Let's talk outside." Yu Minmin nodded and said, "Let's walk around your district then. Isn't this the rich district? Bring me around and see what it looks like." "Forget it. How can it be bigger than Glass Palace?" Yu Minmin said, "Glass Palace isn't even as big as Gu Mansion. But because of the offices in front of Glass Palace, there are more places to handle official business, so it looks bigger." "All right." The two of them went out for a walk. Glass Palace's guards followed them. They would follow them at any time, and Yu Minmin was gradually getting used to it. Yu Minmin said, "How long is she going to stay here?" "Who knows? She'll probably have to recuperate. The wound is actually quite dangerous. If it was an inch shorter, it would have hit her lung. But she was lucky and hit her shoulder. Even if she recovers, she won't say it's over. She'll definitely stay here for a while." Yu Minmin said, "That's not good. But Gu Jingze will find a way to kick her out." "I hope so. I don't want them to make a big deal out of it. After all, Mo Huiling is a respectable person. If it gets out of hand, People will talk bad about the Gu family. That's not good. As the two of them chatted, Yu Minmin looked around the neighborhood. The neighborhood was very big, with mountains on one side and rivers on the other. In the past, this was known as the wealthy district of B City, because the villas here were unique. Looking at this place, Yu Minmin sighed. It's true. Expensive places have their own benefits. The air here is really good, and it's also safe. Look at those patrolling security guards. It really seems like they're from the real deal. While the two of them were talking, Emo Huiling came back from outside. After she returned, she argued with the security guard because she wanted to go in and wanted the security guard to help her carry her things. She specially went out to buy a lot of clothes. Although one of her shoulders couldn't be used, she still wanted to dress beautifully. There was a servant from the Gu family following behind her, but she couldn't carry so many things at one time. Emo Huiling said to the security guard, "What are you looking at? I'm back and you don't know how to carry my things." Even Madame was usually very friendly to them, and had never shouted at them like this. They looked at Emo Huiling, wondering who she was. She dared to stay here and shout at them like this. Therefore, the security guards just looked at her and ignored her. Just then someone said, "Madame is over there. She wants a chair." Hearing this, the security guard asked, "She wants a chair?" "Yes. Madame is resting by the man-made lake over there. She wants to enjoy the scenery by the lake." The security guard immediately asked someone to bring a chair. Emo Huiling looked at these people. They treated her and Lin Che with completely different attitudes. They were really too much. She immediately harumphed. "I took a bullet for your sir. I saved his life. How can you treat me like this?" Good. Emo Huiling immediately went to look for Lin Che. She shouted as she walked, "I want to ask Lin Che how he treats me, his benefactor. While Jingza isn't here, he deliberately colluded with these people to make fun of me." Lin Che and Yu Minmin sat by the lake. There were very few people here. Although there were many villas, they were very spacious. After all, not many people could afford to buy villas here. Although many people had bought villas, they were unoccupied. During the day, there were not many people walking around, and there would only be more people at night. Emo Huiling shouted from not far away, "Lin Che, tell me clearly. What did you mean just now? Did you ask those security guards to treat me like that? You're so sinister. Jingza won't let you off if he finds out." Lin Che was speechless. Yu Minmin looked back and said speechlessly, "What's wrong with this Emo Huiling? How did we get in her way?" Lin Che said, "It's okay. This person has paranoia." Emo Huiling was still scolding them. She walked over, but was stopped by the president's bodyguards. Emo Huiling looked at the people on both sides. She didn't recognize them, and thought that they were the Gu family's security guards. "Ha, Lin Che, you thought that I would do something to you because Jingza isn't home. You even brought these people here. You're really, let me tell you, don't think that I won't dare to touch you." Yu Minmin couldn't help but say, "If you really dare to touch me, come in and do it. What are you shouting for? Oh right, dogs that bark don't bite." Who are you calling a dog? I'm not scolding you. Did I mention your name? Or do you like to assume that I'm your boss? You, Lin Che, why did you bring so many people out? Even Gu Jingza didn't bring so many people out. You really think that you're the master?" Lin Che turned around and saw that Emo Huiling wanted to come over. However, the president's bodyguards refused to let her in. They just stood there and stopped her from moving. Emo Huiling said, "Lin Che, how dare you treat me like this?" Lin Che was speechless. "How did it become me treating you? Ha! I don't believe that they dare to do anything to me," she said as she tried to enter. Lin Che hurriedly said, "You better look carefully. Are these the Gu family's security guards? If you insist on barging in, don't blame others if you get into trouble." Emo Huiling took a closer look. These people weren't wearing the Gu family's emblem. Instead, they were wearing the emblem of the president's palace. These people were the president's bodyguards. She suddenly realized that the woman who was scolding her was none other than the current president's wife. Barging into the president's bodyguards would result in her being shot on the spot, and no one would say anything. Chapter 568. Her eyes moved. She was wondering why Lin Che would bring someone with him. She hadn't expected it to be the president's bodyguards. Of course, the president's wife had to bring her bodyguards when she went out. Otherwise, if something really happened, it would be a national matter. However, Emma Wheeling had forgotten that Lin Che and the president's wife were good friends now. She hadn't expected that Lin Che would have the protection of the president's bodyguards. How awe-inspiring would that be when he went out? Emma Wheeling had never experienced such prestige before. Yu Minmin looked at the bodyguards and said to them, "Stop her from coming over." Then she said to Lin Che, "Let's go first." Lin Che nodded. Okay. The two of them went somewhere else. Emma Wheeling wanted to scold them, but looking at the president's bodyguards, she really didn't dare to offend them. These people were all from the battlefield. They were all vicious, and only listened to Glass Palace's orders. They were appointed to the National Security Bureau. How could an ordinary person offend them? Emma Wheeling could only watch as Lin Che and Yu Minmin strolled around the villa. The president's bodyguards followed quietly behind, watching from a distance. She had forgotten that Lin Che was different now. In the past, she was just a powerless nobody. Now, she had such a foundation by her side. Lin Che sent Yu Minmin off and returned home. The servant was bathing the dog in the backyard. Lin Che walked over and smiled. Prince is washing himself." When Prince saw her, he was so excited that he wanted to come over. Lin Che hurried over. Don't move. Wash him properly before you play." The servant smiled. "He's happy to see Madam." Lin Che squatted down to bathe Prince with them. The servant didn't let her. "Madam, go to one side. It won't be good if you get your clothes dirty. Let us do it. It's almost done anyway." Lin Che looked at the clothes. They seemed to be quite expensive. Although she didn't look at the price, the Gu family's housekeeper didn't buy bad brands. Seeing that they were indeed almost done bathing, she didn't do anything. She sat at the side and watched. When the prince was done bathing, the few of them blew the prince dry and sprayed fragrant insect repellent on him. After wiping him clean, they finally put the prince down. The prince immediately chased after Lin Che. Lin Che picked up the prince and said, All right, I'll bring you in and find you something delicious to eat." After entering the door, Lin Che walked around outside. He wanted to find something for the prince to eat, so he placed the prince on the ground. "Prince, don't run around. There will be delicious food in a while." Behind them, the servants were also watching and playing. At this moment, the prince ran out, and the servant hurriedly ran out after him. When Emma Wheeling came in, she was shocked by the puppy. "Aya, why is there a dog here?" Emma Wheeling shouted. The prince didn't know that he was usually a treasure at home. Wherever he went, everyone was too polite to him. After all, they knew that this was Lin Che's dog. Lin Che liked it, which made its value rise. For the sake of Madam's happiness, none of them dared to look down on this dog. However, Emma Wheeling kicked the dog aside. The dog barked. Lin Che naturally heard it immediately. She hurriedly ran over, and the servant had already picked up the puppy. Emma Wheeling was scolding. "Why is there a dog here?" Lin Che said, "What are you doing, Emma Wheeling? It's my dog. Can't I raise it?" Emma Wheeling looked at him in disbelief. Gu Jingza actually wanted her to raise a dog. Gu Jingza obviously hated all furry creatures. Lin Che harumphed and carried the dog. He couldn't be bothered with her and left the place. As he looked at the prince, he said, "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" The Gu family's house was very big. She couldn't be bothered to look around. She had been here before, but she didn't see all the rooms. At this moment, Emma Wheeling realized that this place was completely different from the Gu family's house that she remembered. She walked around the place and couldn't help but sigh. The Gu family's house was really big, much bigger than the Emma family's house. Moreover, she actually saw a room that was specially opened for Lin Che to store his clothes. She went in and casually looked around. There were so many clothes, most of them were new, and some had never been worn before. There were also a few brands that she had always wanted, but they were limited edition. They might not sell them to her even if she had money. She thought to herself, Lin Che is a country bumpkin. Does he deserve to wear these? She harumphed and continued to look around. Indeed, she saw a room that was specially used for Lin Che's dog. She kicked the dog bowl away angrily, but unfortunately, she tore her shoulder, causing her to grimace in pain. Just then, she heard Gu Jingzi return. She quickly ran out. Gu Jingzi came downstairs to get some things. Lin Che was playing with the prince in his arms. When he saw Gu Jingzi, he quickly said, "You're back. Look, His Royal Highness and I are here to welcome you." "Shoo shoo shoo, I don't want it." He pushed the dog away and hugged Lin Che. He didn't care that there were people around, and he kissed her directly on the lips. Mo Huiling was just about to go downstairs when she saw this scene. Her heart ached. She leaned against the door, tears almost falling down her cheeks. Fortunately, the helper was used to the love between the two. Looking at this scene, which was alluring yet beautiful, the helper smiled and said, "Sir, are you coming back for dinner?" "No, I have to go to the office later. I'll come back to get my things." Hearing this, Lin Che said, "Ah, you still have to go to the office? Aren't you going to eat?" "Yeah, I'm not hungry yet. I've been busy lately." Lin Che pursed his lips. Alright, he was busy with work. She wouldn't disturb him. Gu Jingzi, however, knew what she was thinking. Looking inside, Gu Jingzi said, "Let's go. I'll bring you out first." "Ah, out. You're free now anyway. You're resting at home anyway. Come with me to the office." Lin Che said hesitantly, "I won't disturb your work. As long as you don't suddenly sit on my lap, I won't." Lin Che remembered the time when she came back and sat on his lap. She hammered his shoulder. But looking back, it was better to be at the office than at home. She said, "Can I bring the dog with me?" "What?" Lin Che said, "We can find a place to stay at your office. He won't run around." What if someone bullied him if she left the prince at home? She couldn't guarantee that Mo Huiling wouldn't bully the prince while she was away. Gu Jingzi looked at the eyesore dog. "Forget it. A dog is better than some people. Some people are more eyesore." He said, "Let's go." "Really? That's great, hee." Lin Che immediately followed Gu Jingzi and walked out happily. Chapter 569. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi took the car to the office. Gu Jingzi took the CEO's private elevator up to the office. When they reached the top floor, Lin Che said immediately, "You go ahead with your work. I'll take Prince to the meeting room next door." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and grabbed her. "You stay here." Where's Prince?" Gu Jingzi called out. "Qin Hao." Qin Hao came in and said, "Sir, madam." Gu Jingzi threw the dog to her. "Take care of it." Qin Hao looked at the dog in his hands, looking embarrassed. "What was this? Asking me to take care of a dog? I'm a master's student from the University of Pennsylvania, senior assistant at the Gu Corporation." However, Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingzi's stern expression and quickly took the dog. "Yes, sir, madam. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll take good care of it." Lin Che said, What should I do then?" Gu Jingzi pulled her over. "Come with me." She was pulled over by Gu Jingzi. Before she could react, she felt him sitting on the large office chair. Then Lin Che was pulled onto his lap. Lin Che sat there and patted him. "What are you doing?" Qin Hao was still here. Qin Hao only took a glance before he quickly turned his head away. He thought to himself, oh no, oh no. Then he carried her out quickly. He was afraid that he would go blind if he stayed here any longer. Only the two of them were left in the room. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. "How are you going to work if I'm here?" "You can read quietly. It won't disturb me," he said. "I'll look down when I'm free. I can strike a balance between work and rest." Yes, when he lowered his head, he could see the beauty of her chest. Lin Che sat there and saw him shove the tablet to her. She could only purse her lips and open the TV series to watch. Because he was wearing headphones, nothing could disturb him. In the past, they would watch TV series alone and work alone in the study at home. But now that she was sitting on his lap, Lin Che felt that he couldn't continue. However, he was indeed looking at the data, moving the mouse smoothly and working on it. Lin Che hugged his waist and leaned against his chest, looking at the tablet. From time to time, he would look up and see his perfect jawline and his Adam's apple that trembled slightly as he breathed. He looked very manly. For a moment, she thought he was extremely sexy, especially when he was holding her in one hand and holding the mouse in the other, working hard. A serious man is the most handsome. A man who was warm on one side and serious on the other. What else was there to say? Lin Che pursed his lips and lowered his head to watch the drama. He felt that the male lead in the drama was not as good-looking as the one in front of him. Really, compared to him, any man would be overshadowed. However, as she sat, she was still vaguely worried about the prince. She did not know whether Qin Hao could take good care of him. Qin Hao was really depressed. He first looked at the door, and when he saw that a secretary was about to knock on the door, he quickly stopped her. "Hey, Assistant Qin, what's up? Didn't you say Master Gu is in his office? I'm looking for him." "That's enough. If you go in now, you'll definitely be fired by President Gu." "Huh?" the secretary said. "I don't think so. President Gu was famous for being a workaholic. If anyone went in now to talk about work, President Gu would welcome them." "I brought Madam with me," the secretary said. "So there was a rumor that President Gu brought a woman in. Is it Madam? What do you think? Then why is Madam in the office?" "President Gu asked her to go in." "No, isn't President Gu working? Would Madam dare to go in when he was working? With President Gu's temper, who would dare to disturb his work?" Qin Hao smiled mysteriously. "Do you think Madam is you?" "No one else but Madam. Whenever she goes in, Sir is always happy." "All right, hurry up and leave. The couple is inside." "Why are you going in to join in the fun?" Qin Hao hurriedly left with the secretary. But when they were outside, Qin Hao was a little depressed about the dog in his arms. He did not know what to do with it. The people outside saw Qin Hao walking around with a dog in his arms. Moreover, the dog didn't look like an expensive breed. It seemed to be just an ordinary dog. The people in the office were puzzled. Qin Hao usually followed President Gu on the top floor and never came down. But now he was walking around with a dog in his arms. Seeing everyone's surprised gazes, Qin Hao also felt very embarrassed. "Assistant Qin." "Hello, Assistant Qin." When everyone greeted him respectfully, they did not forget to look at the dog in his arms. "Assistant Qin, you have a dog. It's so cute." The staff felt that it was enough to bring a dog to work. However, he was Assistant Qin, President Gu's chief assistant. No one dared to say anything about him. Qin Hao looked aggrieved. He had a dog. He would not keep it even if it was given to him for free. He was afraid of dogs the most. But this dog was brought in by Madam. He had no choice. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly found a place to put the dog down and rest. Prince was not afraid of people. He had been in the Gu family for a long time, and he had seen many servants. Moreover, everyone was so nice to him. Of course, he was not afraid of anyone. So although there were many people in the office, and it was an unfamiliar place, he still walked around. Qin Hao really regretted letting him go. After a while, Prince was already out of sight. Qin Hao quickly looked for the dog. Just then he heard a scream. Qin Hao saw Prince trying to get close to the staff, because there were snacks on the staff's table. Qin Hao was he quickly ran over. Sorry, I didn't see how it ran out. I'll take it away immediately." Seeing that it was Qin Hao, the staff could only reluctantly bear with it. If it was someone else, they would have been angry. "Assistant Qin, it's okay. The dog is very cute." Qin Hao still felt wronged. Seeing how careful those people were, he shouted in his heart. This was not brought in by him. Although he was a respected person in the office, and was not worried about what others would say about him, Gu Jingze was very strict with his subordinates. He did not dare to show off in the office, not to mention running around with a dog in his arms. He quickly explained to the staff, "Don't look at me. It's not my dog. I wouldn't dare to bring it in." "Ah, whose is it then?" "President Gu's dog." Qin Hao held the dog in his arms and served Prince well. He said, "Master, don't run. My arms and legs are old, and I can't catch up." Chapter 570. Everyone was surprised, but when they saw how careful Qin Hao was, they understood what was going on. Otherwise, whose dog could make Assistant Qin so concerned? It turned out to be President Gu's. "Wow, President Gu has a dog. But what breed is it? I've never seen it before." Qin Hao said, "What breed? I don't know what breed it is. I only know that it's President Gu's favorite dog, regardless of its breed. Oh, it's so cute. Hearing that it was Master Gu's dog, everyone gathered around to look at it. This dog looks like an ordinary dog. Someone noticed it and asked in puzzlement. Qinhao said, yeah, President Gu is so kind. He picked it up on the road and brought it home. Oh my god, it's so lucky. I want to be a stray by the roadside too. President Gu, please keep it. Alright, forget it, Qinhao said. You guys continue working. I'm going to take this dog to see if there's anything delicious in the canteen. Qinhao was speechless. President Gu was really too much. He was being so lovey-dovey in the office, but he let him walk the dog. In the office, Gu Jingze finished his work quickly. He was usually quite efficient, but because Lin Che was here today, he wanted to finish his work quickly and take Lin Che to eat. So he worked even faster. However, after Gu Jingze was done, he saw Lin Che leaning in his arms, looking down at the tablet computer intently. He lowered his head to admire it. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Che stretched lazily in his arms. She suddenly bumped into Gu Jingze's clear blue eyes. She couldn't help but be stunned. She then said, You, why are you staring at me? What do you think? Gu Jingze held her in his arms and placed her on the table. Ah, you. Lin Che screamed and hugged his neck. Gu Jingze said, Don't scream. Although it's soundproof here, you can still hear us if you make too much noise. Then why did you come here? Lin Che screamed in her heart, speechless. No, Gu Jingze. Lin Che said, but she felt Gu Jingze push her clothes up. Just now, when he saw the 2 peaches lying on her chest, he already felt like his heart was running amok. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly and felt a surge of passion in his heart. Her breasts weren't particularly big, but they were well-shaped and felt good to the touch. It was hard to put them down. Just like kneading dough, Lin Che quickly melted into a puddle of water, weakly clinging onto his body. The strong man was even more irritated by her delicate appearance. He was so excited that he directly pushed the things on the table to the ground. Whoosh! He had just told her not to shout too loudly, but now he was the one who couldn't hold it in anymore. He flipped her over, but did not let go of her. Instead, he circled from her back to her front, hugged her, and easily took off her clothes. Ah, Gu Jingze. Lin Che's voice gradually echoed in the office. The people outside seemed to have heard the sounds, but they never thought about what was happening inside. The soundproofing was good, and the sound was very soft, so no one paid attention to it. When they were done, Lin Che and Gu Jingze took a shower together. Coming out of the bathroom, Lin Che looked at the broken pieces on the floor and said speechlessly, What should we do now? Let Qinhao clean it up later. Aren't these things important? Yes, the important information is in the database. These are not important. Okay. Gu Jingze was really too willful. Gu Jingze said to her, Let's go out and eat. Lin Che didn't dare to go out. After what had just happened, she didn't know how she would be stared at if she went out. Lin Che felt that she had shouted very loudly. She wondered how much the people outside had heard. Gu Jingze looked at her. Aren't you going out to eat? What are you going to eat? Lin Che said gloomily. Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer to her face. What's wrong? It seems that I really fed you. You're so full that you don't want to eat now. You get lost. Lin Che hit him. But Gu Jingze still opened the door. Lin Che could only pretend that nothing had happened and follow him out. However, she could pretend that nothing had happened, but she couldn't change the expression on her face. Her expression was still the same, bashful, unable to conceal her passion. When everyone saw the 2 of them coming out, they bowed in greeting. But the secretaries all felt that there was something different about Gu Jingze. He was still dressed very neatly, and his expression was as cold as ever. However, he looked much more comfortable. Whether it was his expression or the look on his body, he looked relaxed after releasing his passion. He looked a little lazy, but he didn't look tired at all. The color of his skin showed that he was healthy after releasing his passion. Thinking back to the sound from before, they seemed to understand what had happened inside earlier. No way President Gu was in the office with someone. Does President Gu have such a passionate moment? They looked enviously at Lin Che, who had just had sex with Gu Jingze. They all felt that a man who had just exercised was really sexy. Thinking of the scene of him having sex with someone just a wall away, the girls' hearts were racing. Which girl in the office hadn't fantasized about being pressed down on the CEO's desk? But it was just a fantasy. Today, it was another girl who had made everyone's fantasies come true. They were so envious. Lin Che felt that these girls were looking at her with the heart of a young girl. But she only felt strange for a moment and quickly left. It didn't feel good to be stared at like this. Outside, she looked around but couldn't find Prince. Where did Assistant Qin take Prince? She asked curiously. Gu Jingze said, "Don't worry about him. Don't worry. He won't do anything to the dog anyway." No, I have to find Prince first, and then we can eat together. Prince must be scared after being left in such a strange place for so long. She had thought that they would rest in the office together, so she had brought Prince here. Who knew that he would take Prince out the moment he arrived? Gu Jingze had no choice but to stand there and call Qin Hao with a face full of dissatisfaction. Qin Hao ran up in a short while. He was still holding Prince in his arms. He presented the dog to them, as if he was presenting a treasure. "Sir, madam, Prince is here. He's fine." He ate and drank some water in the company canteen. Lin Che quickly took Prince from him. Prince was very excited to see Lin Che. He lay on her and licked her. Lin Che was amused and giggled. Then she looked up and asked, "Is Prince okay? He didn't run around, right?" Chapter 571. She was also worried that Prince would disturb their work in the office. After all, they weren't at home, and the servants would take care of him. Qin Hao said hurriedly, No. Everyone likes Prince very much. Many people came to see it when they heard that it was Master Gu's pet dog. This little puppy was suddenly even more popular than him. Qin Hao thought gloomily that even Master Gu's dog was so popular. Boo-hoo, it was infuriating. He also wanted to be surrounded by girls everywhere. Gu Jingze took Lin Che out for a meal before they went back to the hotel. The next day, Yu Minmin called Lin Che and told him that Mei Li wanted her to do the cover photo. Lin Che said, "Sure. I've never done it before. It's good to give it a try." Yu Minmin said, "Well, you're going to do the cover photo soon. They said they saw you in that outfit last time and felt that you're a bit of a waistline. Don't lose it these days. Go and practice more." I've been neglecting training recently. Yeah, go and practice more. If you can't do it, ask Gu Jingze to work with you. Hee. Get lost. Yu Minmin, I really think that after you got married, you've become more and more promiscuous. Tell me about your sex life with the president. Isn't it good? Get lost. Yu Minmin hung up the phone. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at Gu Jingming. Knowing that she had opened her own studio, Gu Jingming asked someone to open a small studio for her in Liuli Palace. It didn't take up too much space. It was just opposite where he usually read books. They had to open the door, so the door wasn't closed. Anyway, they wouldn't disturb each other when they worked. At this moment, he was on the opposite side. Through the open door, one could see his upright figure sitting on the table with the flag of country C. The appearance of the head of a country really made people feel a faint sense of worship in their hearts. After all, he was the president of a country. When Gu Jingming was serious, he wouldn't even raise his head. Yu Minmin just watched from the side, supporting her chin with her hand. She couldn't help but think of what Lin Che had said. Yes, their sex life was harmonious. It couldn't be considered harmonious either. He did it too many times, so she often couldn't get out of bed in the morning. Of course, the president still knew how to restrain himself. If one night was too crazy, he would not touch her for a few days. She could be considered to have rested for a few days before continuing to receive the torrential baptism. At this moment, the man in front of him suddenly raised his head. Yu Minmin was startled. He frowned at her. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, I'm thinking about something." Yu Minmin quickly said, "The president has a bad temper. It's hard for her to resist. Moreover, he's also very overbearing. If she doesn't listen to him, she'll be scolded." Yu Minmin had to admit that she was a little afraid of him, because when he punished someone, it was really hot tears. After all, she wasn't the one he loved. He was really casual with her. He would throw a tantrum whenever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Yu Minmin sensed that he was in a bad mood. Is there any trouble? Yeah, the waterlogging problem hasn't been solved yet. There will be a typhoon soon, so some cities have to stop working. I'm afraid then it will be. Gu Jingming raised his head halfway. Why do you care so much? Oh, I was just asking. She didn't want him to say it. He said it himself. She said, then you go ahead. I have to go out and settle some things. Gu Jingming nodded. Yu Minmin didn't say anything else and hurried out. Yu Minmin had to go to work, so she told the guards not to follow her. She was going somewhere to meet clients, and didn't want to be too conspicuous. It wasn't that the guards didn't want to follow her, but they chose a place that was further away. If she called, they would hurry up and follow her. Yu Minmin came to a club. It was a very high-end club. From the outside, the name was all in English, and it looked very high-end. Miss, please come with me. The private room you mentioned is inside. Although Yu Minmin had been exposed many times, she wasn't a celebrity and appeared outside often. Thus, she wouldn't be recognized immediately. When Lin Che first became popular, it took a long time for him to leave a memory in most people's minds. Recognition also grew bit by bit. However, at this moment, Yu Minmin seemed to see someone she knew in front of her. Insuya. She didn't expect her to come here. Yu Minmin pulled the waiter away. That person, the person who just went in, is she a regular here? The waiter looked at Insuya, who went in. I don't know if she's a regular or not, but that private room is a VIP private room. The owner of the private room is probably a VIP Gold Card member. A Gold Card member has a minimum spending limit every year. Even if this lady isn't a regular, her friend should be a regular. Yu Minmin nodded in understanding. These people were also in social circles. The circle of the rich was full of rich people, and the circle of those with status was full of people with status. However, when she walked past, she didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, her name came out from the crack of the door. Yu Minmin is not the president's wife. It was an unfamiliar female voice. Mr. President has been in love with you for so many years. Isn't that different? I know, but Jingming won't divorce so easily, Insia said. That's because you didn't agree to be the president's wife. Look, so many people are scolding the president's wife this time. Everyone thinks she's not good enough for Mr. President. You too, why didn't you agree before? You let this commoner off easy. At that time, I only thought that my career was the most important. But now, look at you now, she's the president's wife. She gets top-notch treatment wherever she goes. Seriously, what career is more important than the president's wife? If it wasn't for this Yu Minmin, you'd be the first lady of the country right now. This woman really spoke in an imposing manner. Before Yu Minmin could say anything, the waiter behind her suddenly said, Miss? The two people inside immediately saw Yu Minmin outside. They didn't expect to meet her here. Insia paused. Yu Minmin. She got up and walked out, her expression probing. Are you here to look for me? No. I'm just passing by. Yu Minmin didn't want to talk anymore, so she quickly turned and left. Insuya stood there and watched her leave, her expression gradually turning malicious. The woman inside said quickly, No way. Did she come to look for you on purpose? How much did she hear? She won't go back and tell on you, right? Chapter 572. I don't know. Insia said. That woman was Insia's best friend. She was also a daughter of a rich family in their circle. Her name was Hanyu. Suya, she just happened to appear here. I thought of a way to get her to divorce Gu Jingming immediately. What is it? First lady had sex with another man. Do you think the people of Sea Country would scold such a dirty first lady? Insia's eyes sharpened. She looked at Hanyu, still hesitating. If Gu Jingming found out about this. Yu Minmin quickly went to the private room. However, the person she had an appointment with hadn't arrived yet. She was here to discuss a collaboration. Since she had just opened a new studio, she had to come personally to discuss some things, so that she could get some funding. Seeing that she wasn't going to order food yet, the shop sent over some drinks. She drank some drinks first, and sat there waiting for the food to be served. Several lights in the room suddenly went out. Only a few wall lamps were left. They were so dim that she couldn't even see the outlines of the tables and chairs. Hey, what's going on? Why did the lights suddenly? Just then the door opened. A drunken figure entered the room. Hey little beauty, where are you? Why is it so dark? Are you playing hide and seek with me? Yu Minmin said. Who are you? Me. I'm your husband today. That voice was disgusting to death. Husband? Yu Minmin still wanted to hide, but the man rushed in front of her in a hurry. Little beauty, I'm here to see you. I can't see you clearly with the lights off. But are you trying to be mysterious? It's okay. I'll play with you. His thick and large hand, with a swollen sense of fat, directly grabbed her arm. Ah, let go of me. Let go. Hey little beauty, do you still want to play this game with me? But I don't have the energy to play with you today. Hurry up and serve me well. If you do, I'll give you as much money as you want. The man, who reeked of alcohol, pounced on her. Yu Minmin dodged and was almost kissed. Let me go, let me go. Do you know who I am? You dare to touch me? Do you want to die? If you dare to touch me, I don't care who you are. I have money. No matter who you are, I will play with you today. The man was really impatient. He directly pressed Yu Minmin on the sofa. Let me go. Outside. Insia looked at Hanyu. Will it work? I gave her the medicine, but the time was too short. I don't think it's effective yet. In a while, you'll see how she hugs him and begs for love. Insia looked ahead. Although the soundproofing was too strong, and she couldn't hear anything, she actually felt very happy when she thought about how she was being defiled inside. Inside, Yu Minmin pushed the fat body with all her might. But no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. No, she didn't want to be touched by such a disgusting person. But what exactly was in her body that was reacting? It made her feel powerless and hot. Let me go. Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, subconsciously, she was still murmuring, but her voice was getting softer and softer. The man chuckled. Come on little beauty. Serve me well tonight, and I'll make you famous tomorrow. Do you understand? He came forward and wanted to tear her clothes. But at this moment, suddenly the door was kicked open. Two beautiful bodyguards ran in. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. Without saying a word, they immediately pulled the man up. The man was still cursing as he was pulled up. Fuck, what kind of dog dares to touch me? The next moment, another person walked past the crowd and entered the room. His eyes sharpened, and within his pitch-black eyes, there was a hint of coldness. Looking at the man who was about to get up, he ruthlessly kicked him in the chest, causing the man to scream in pain. He wanted to continue cursing, but when he looked up and saw the man in front of him, his face fell. He seemed to be in shock, as he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. It can't be President. Was the man in front of him the president? The president of a country had suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Jingming lowered his head and looked at the woman who was curled up on the sofa. That look made his eyes even deeper. He walked over and picked up the woman on the sofa. Looking at the sluggish man, he fiercely kicked his cheek. The man was directly kicked to the ground. This time he was stunned, as if he was mute and couldn't speak. After Gu Jingming left, the entire club was on lockdown. Although the people inside did not know what had happened, they knew that the president's bodyguards had been here. In the room, when Yu Minmin was placed on the bed, she was still fidgeting uneasily. Gu Jingming patted her arm. Yu Minmin, it's done. You're back. She made a sound and reached out to pull her clothes. Gu Jingming frowned. What's wrong with you? I asked you to bring bodyguards with you. How could something like this happen? However, the next moment, she had already pulled off her clothes. He saw the pair inside. He was stunned and his gaze froze. Only then did he realize that there was something different about her. Gu Jingming grabbed her hand. Yu Minmin immediately used both hands to climb up. No, she cried, her lips rubbing against his neck. Yu Minmin, let go. It's so hot. It's so hot. Your body is so cold. I want you, Gu Jingming. She looked up. Her blurry gaze was like fermented wine, sweet and delicious. I want you, Gu Jingming's mind went blank. He grabbed her breasts, which were rubbing against him restlessly, and pushed her onto the bed. He was actually not a person who liked to indulge in lust. So when he realized that he was indulging in lust, he would always restrain himself. But he seemed to be obsessed with her. He loved the 2 pieces of flesh on her breasts. He could not think of any details at once. He pushed her onto the bed and tossed and turned. This little vixen seemed to have gone crazy tonight. She kept pestering him again and again. Just as he went down, her body wrapped around him again. Looking at the passionate Yu Minmin, he was able to quickly recover his strength and roll with her again. Just like that, it was almost dawn. Gu Jingming looked at the dawn sky and touched her body, which was drenched in sweat. Okay. You want to kill me tonight, don't you? Yu Minmin was still in a deep sleep. He looked at her, and she seemed to shrink back. He frowned, even though she was a little afraid of him when they were at their most intimate moment. Of course, he could see that. He lowered his head and bit her lips again. Feeling that she was avoiding him, he put his hand under her, as if he was punishing her. He didn't stop until he could feel her all over. Yu Minmin couldn't take it anymore. She fell on the bed and felt as if she had died once. Although she was much more refreshed and knew that the person in front of her was Gu Jingming, she couldn't hide even if she wanted to. She had no strength at all, as if her strength had been drained. She still remembered some of the details of the night, such as how he changed different positions to torture her, and how his strength was getting stronger and stronger. There were several times when she thought that this indifferent man was crazy. For example, she could feel his sweat dripping on her body. Looking at the man working on her through the light, she really felt that he was really sexy. But before she could react, before she could think that this man could be the president of a country, he had already destroyed all her thoughts. He was too amazing. She was completely convinced, especially when he stood there and put her legs on his shoulders to torture her. She really lost all her temper and could only be manipulated by him. She felt as if she was dying, but he was still as overbearing as before. Chapter 573. Yu Minmin really didn't want to get up, but when she heard that Gu Jingming had gone out, she hugged her body and slowly got up. Just then she felt the door being pushed open. Gu Jingming stood at the door and looked at Yu Minmin, who sat up immediately after he got up. He walked over step by step. Were you pretending to be asleep? No. I woke up when I heard the door open, Yu Minmin said hurriedly. Gu Jingming walked up to her slowly. He lifted her chin slowly and looked at her evasive eyes. Why? Am I very scary? Yes, it was frightening, extremely frightening. Looking at his calm but cold eyes, she recalled how he had treated her that night, and her body involuntarily tensed up. Gu Jingming sneered. You're so afraid of me, and you're so disobedient. You're really. I'm not disobedient. I'm not afraid of you really. Liar. Gu Jingming tightened his grip. He glanced at the mottled marks on her body, and couldn't help but think of the feeling when she wrapped her legs around his waist, and wrapped her wet body tightly around him last night. Zhang Xian's eyes darkened, and his exhausted body felt invigorated once more. Yu Minmin suddenly felt that something was wrong. She wanted to say no, but his tall figure instantly pressed down on her. She really felt that she was going to die. Gu Jingming had quickly asked someone to deal with the incident last night. The guard suddenly said that Yu Minmin couldn't be contacted, so he asked someone to go in and check. When he checked, he found something strange. He shouldn't have shown himself. Linda looked at him and said, Mr. President, the club has dealt with it. The staff who saw you last night have been sent to other places to work. They won't say anything about this incident again. Okay. The suspect said that he didn't know how he met the president's wife. He didn't see who she was, and thought that she was a woman who was given to him. That's why he was so presumptuous. He has been expelled from country C. Okay. Gu Jingming looked up. Then the drug. The staff didn't know where this thing came from. The suspect also said that he didn't drug the president's wife, but there are many drugs like this in that place. Continue the investigation. Yes. Arrange for someone to see Madam. Yes. Linda looked at Gu Jingming, took a deep breath and walked out. Although others could not tell, she could tell that Gu Jing and Jing Ming were in a state of exhaustion. It seemed that they did not have a good rest at night. She shook her head and thought that the official visit in the afternoon would have to be postponed. Otherwise, if she saw a little strange on the president's face, people would probably guess that something big had happened. When Lin Che heard about this, he rushed over to Glass Palace with Shen Yuran. Yu Minmin was still resting on the bed. When she saw Lin Che and Shen Yuran enter, she hurriedly got up. "Why are you here? I'm not here to see you. The people around Mr. President called us and said that something happened to you last night. You didn't tell us either." Lin Che said. Yu Minmin shook her head and said, "I didn't want to tell you. It's nothing. It was just an accident." Although Linda had told them the general situation over the phone, Yu Minmin still told them from her own point of view. Lin Che said, "It can't be. I was there, and then something happened to you. Could it have something to do with her?" Yu Minmin said, "We don't have any evidence, so we can't say anything." Lin Che said, "Okay. Moreover, she is the president's favorite. What if she denies it and accuses me of slandering her? Sigh, let's talk about it when we have the chance. Forget it for now." Yu Minmin was really afraid of Gu Jingming now. She did not want to see him at all, let alone talk about this. Shen Yuran said, "Forget it. Have a good rest. Tell us if you need anything." "Okay. Oh yeah, there's still a shoot. You can go with Lin Che if you can't do it." "Okay, I'll go with you. Just rest well." Yu Minmin got up to open the drawer and took out the things inside. She bent down. The marks inside the drawer were revealed. "Oh my God, Minmin. Did something happen to you at the club? Did that bastard hit you?" Lin Che shouted. Yu Minmin purposely wore long pajamas that were loose, so her waist was exposed when she bent down. Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked down and saw red marks. Some were sucked out, some were squeezed out, and some were rubbed out. She did look like she had been hit. But it wasn't at the club. "That bastard was." Shen Yuran laughed and said, "I don't think he was beaten. Look at how red Min Min's face is. I think it's a sign of love." Lin Che was stunned. Then he understood. She looked at Yu Minmin suggestively. "No way. We were worried about how badly you were hurt, so we rushed over to see you. But it seems like you enjoyed yourself last night. So violent. Looks like you were really passionate last night." "That's right. I didn't expect that big brother, who usually looks so calm, would have such a passionate side. No wonder you look so tired, but your face is full of joy. Yes, your skin looks better than it was a few days ago. Sure enough, it's good to exercise often." Yu Minmin was speechless as she looked at the two of them. All right, you guys can go back to work. It was all Gu Jingming's fault." Shen Yuran said. "Oh my, I didn't expect to see Mr. President's other side today. It seems like Mr. President is really healthy." "Of course. Are there rumors that Mr. President is unhealthy?" Lin Che asked. "Yeah, there was a rumor that Mr. President never got married. There must be something wrong with him." Pfft. Okay, the Gu family was worried too. Lin Che remembered that his family had been looking for a partner for Gu Jingming. However, they didn't know that Gu Jingming didn't want to get married because he had a sweetheart who had been dumped by her. Shen Yuran looked suggestively at Yu Minmin. "It seems like that's not the case today. Hee, I didn't expect Mr. President to be so hardworking. Oh my Minmin, tell me the truth. Can Mr. President take off his clothes?" Scram. You guys leave quickly. Don't bother me here." Ha ha ha. Are you shy?" The three of them started to joke around in the room. Outside, Gu Jingming wanted to come in. Hearing the noise, he thought that Yu Minmin was fine, so he didn't push the door open. Chapter 574. Lin Che was going to shoot a magazine cover, so Shen Yuran could only accompany her for the time being. The two of them set off from the company. Seeing that her company was doing well, Shen Yuran said, "It seems like you made the right choice to work alone. Even if you lose some of your resources, at least you'll be free." Lin Che said, "Yeah, but we're still short on manpower. I think we'll need to hire more people." Shen Yuran said, "Back then, Both of us were poor and didn't know if we would be able to get married in this lifetime. In the end, you're a big star now, and you've even married such a good man. Shen Yuran hugged her arm. Lin Che smiled at her. Aren't you the same? I didn't expect you to be enemies with Dr. Chun at first, and then slowly get together with him. Shen Yuran blushed. Alright, let's not talk about him. He's so stupid. He's not as romantic as President Gu. He's just a blockhead. I'm just showing concern for a disabled child. That's why I reluctantly got together with him. Pfft. You obviously worship him to death, but you're still pretending in front of me. Pfft. Shen Yuran leaned into Lin Che's embrace shyly. The two of them arrived at the headquarters of Meili. When they entered, their managing editor was already waiting at the door to welcome them. That's great, Miss Lin, you're finally here. Our stylist is inside and wants to show you how to style you. After Lin Che entered, they discussed how to style her. Miss Lin, your skin is so fair, and you're not picky about colors. We can try some bold styles, the stylist said respectfully. Lin Che smiled. You can do whatever you want. I don't know much about fashion, so it's good to try it out. The stylist said. How could that be? Many celebrities are trying to imitate Miss Lin's style. I have my own style. I've always dressed very casually. I just grab something and put it on. Yeah, is being casual also a style? Actually, it's useless for them to imitate it. It's mainly because Miss Lin has a good aura, and you're beautiful. Of course you look good in anything. Lin Che and the stylist came to an agreement before leaving with Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran said, listening to their compliments is so corny. Lin Che said, don't they speak based on the person? Back then, when I went out, no one paid any attention to me. Now even the chief editor personally came out to welcome me. Sai, this is really... Shen Yuran said, of course. After all, you're a big star now. No matter where you go, people will come out to welcome you. There aren't many people who are as popular as you are this year. But the popularity of the entertainment industry comes in waves. I feel that I should take some time to relax. Otherwise, the audience will get tired of watching me. Is that so? I also feel that you've had a lot of exposure recently. What you said makes sense. Why don't you take a break after filming this TV series? Hurry up and give birth to a child. Look at you. You've been filming ever since you debuted. You've never taken a break. Get lost. What child? Lin Che thought, but he was depressed. Recently, Gu Jingze and her. It seemed that she had been careless with her contraception. Sometimes, when she was pestered by him, she would be distracted and forget about it. As expected, she didn't have to worry at all, because he had done a good job with contraception. Now he had started to be careless. Once she was teased by him, she would immediately ignore it. That was even more careless. Soon they returned home. Seeing that the day of the cover shoot was just around the corner, Lin Che hurriedly wanted to get someone to guide her and start exercising. When Gu Jingze came back, he asked the helper where Lin Che was. The helper immediately said, Sir, Madam is in the gym inside. The Gu family's gym had everything. It was comparable to the large gyms outside. Lin Che wore a small sports attire. It was short and revealed her smooth stomach. She was wearing a pair of boxer shorts that clung to her body, making her look petite. When Gu Jingze came in, he saw that she was sitting there stretching. It seemed that she had just started not long ago. She was slacking off and couldn't even finish stretching. Shaking his head, he said, This training method of yours is purely a waste of time. Lin Che was stunned. Seeing that Gu Jingze had actually come, she stood up embarrassedly. She stuck out her tongue, thinking that she had been discovered. She didn't want to slack off, but training really depended on willpower. She wasn't as motivated as she was when she participated in the WW conference. Moreover, she was training alone here, so she naturally started to slack off. She said, Stop it. What are you doing here? I came to see if you're working hard. As expected, you're not working hard. I was just taking a break. All right, what's the use of quibbling with me? I know you well. Gu Jingze went over and reached out to touch her forehead. Lin Che felt even more helpless. She hugged his arm and said, Okay, it's just that it's easy for me to slack off when I'm training alone. With no one watching me, it's easy. Gu Jingze thought for a moment and said, All right then. Wait for me. I'll help you train. Ah. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Gu Jingze said, In case you're slacking off. Wait a moment, I'll change. Gu Jingze quickly changed into a set of clothes. He was wearing a gray Hurdles gym outfit with loose sweatpants underneath. His honey-colored skin was swollen, making one feel like swallowing hot water. Gu Jingze said, Come on, let's work out together. Lin Che sat down obediently and started working out. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, did as he said and started working out seriously. Stretching, jumping, and pull-ups. Lin Che was panting from doing it, but she felt that she still had strength and energy as she breathed. She was sweating profusely, and her body felt a lot more relaxed. She looked up and saw Gu Jingze pulling the horizontal bar and doing pull-ups. His whole body was tense with this movement. Every muscle in his body was working. His clothes were already soaked with sweat, and his muscles looked even better after being active. His damp body was so sexy that one couldn't take their eyes off it. Lin Che stopped and couldn't help but look over here. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze suddenly turned his head. Slacking off again? Lin Che was speechless. No, I'm working out. Gu Jingze jumped down from the bar nimbly. The smell of sweat was strong. Fortunately, he was wearing clothes that were scented with incense, so the sweat mixed with it made him look very fresh. He walked over with hot air. Lin Che quickly wanted to continue stretching, but Gu Jingze said, Come, I'll help you massage your legs. Ah, Lin Che agreed and lay down. His hands pressed down on her legs. His big hands covered her legs. It seemed like he didn't use much strength, but he was pressing down firmly. Chapter 575. Lin Che was doing sit-ups. When she got up, she almost bumped into his face. She leaned close to the tip of his nose and looked at him. She humphed shyly. What are you doing? Gu Jingze's face was stern. He said to her sternly, Do it quickly. Don't be lazy. She fell down and got up again. She felt that he was getting closer this time. She looked very funny in her short skirt and shorts. When she moved, her chest rose and fell. Her chest, which was only wearing a sports bra, was very sexy. He stared at it and smiled. Again. Lin Che got up again. This time, he didn't tease her and kissed her on the lips. She moaned. He bit her and moved up from the bottom, leaning forward bit by bit. Outside, when Mo Huiling came back, she saw Gu Jingze's car. It seemed that Gu Jingze was already back. She ran in quickly, but didn't see Gu Jingze. She pulled a servant and asked, Where is Jingze? The servant was angry when she was pulled over. Miss Mo, sir went to the gym. Seeing that Mo Huiling wanted to go up, the servant added, Sir went to the gym with madam. Went to the gym with madam. Went to the gym with Lin Che. The servant didn't expect Mo Huiling to run, and even after she said that, Mo Huiling also didn't expect that. Just as she was about to go in, she saw from the outside through the transparent glass door. Gu Jingze was quietly moving towards Lin Che. Lin Che was lying on the sports mat. Gu Jingze was like a leopard from below, getting closer to her bit by bit. When the two of them were together, the servant definitely wouldn't get close to them. There was no one here giving them space. Mo Huiling looked on angrily. The two of them kissed shamelessly. Gu Jingze looked at them from behind. His body looked very strong after the gym. Every muscle seemed to be shining. He hugged Lin Che's body. That sweet look made one's heart feel like it was honey. Mo Huiling thought about how many times this had appeared in her dreams in the past. Alas, after being with Gu Jingze for so many years, she had never experienced this kind of happiness. She didn't think it was good before. But when she saw Gu Jingze doing these intimate things with another woman, she felt extremely jealous. These were all hers, they should be hers. She crazily wanted Gu Jingze's body. She wanted to occupy his perfection. But why was the heavens so blind? She actually couldn't touch him. Seeing Lin Che enjoying Gu Jingze's perfect body alone, the way they kissed was so beautiful that it made people yearn for it. Mo Huiling's feet seemed to be fixed in place. She wanted to move but she couldn't. But Gu Jingze had completely suppressed Lin Che, and no one knew what would happen next. She couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she turned around and left. Actually, Gu Jingzi didn't want to do anything in the gym. He kissed her and then hugged her. Smiling, he said, "Let's go. Let's find another place to continue training." What? She didn't want it anymore. After training for a few days, Lin Che was finally ready for the shoot. One day, Yu Minmin followed Lin Che to the set. She said to her, "If you want to go for a shoot in a few days, you can go first. I'll prepare the materials and wait for you to come back, so that we can hire employees." "Okay, do you think it's done?" "No, you're the big boss. You have to look at it first," Yu Minmin said. "Do we have to decide who the boss is?" Lin Che said. Yu Minmin said, "The point is, I can't decide. It's my first time hiring someone." Lin Che looked at her and smiled. Then Lin Che, who was done with her makeup, prepared to go for the shoot. She had a good sense of the camera, but she wasn't used to it at first. After all, she used to act in front of the camera. It was a little weird to suddenly have to do a photo shoot. Luckily, she got used to it and finished the shoot quickly. The cameraman shook hands with her after he was done. "Very good. Even if you don't want to be an actress, you can still be a model." Lin Che smiled and said politely, "Thank you. It's my first time doing a photo shoot. Thank you for taking care of me." Before she could remove her makeup, Gu Jingzi suddenly called her and told her that something happened at home. He asked her to go back and wait for him, so she went back first. When they entered the house, the servants were shocked to see Lin Che's appearance. "Wow, madam." Lin Che touched her hair and said, "What's wrong? Do I look ugly?" "No, madam. You look so beautiful. What did you do today? You look so beautiful." Lin Che smiled as she walked into the changing room. The maids were helping her by the side. When they saw Lin Che, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Madam, you always wear light makeup in the past, but today's makeup is different from before." Lin Che said, "Yeah, I'm trying on heavy makeup today. We're going for a cover shoot, so I have to do this." "Why? Don't I look scary? I'm not used to it." "How can it be scary? It's true. You look so beautiful. Yeah, you look like a doll. You're so beautiful." Mo Huiling had already heard the chatter from outside. She was puzzled. She didn't know what was going on. When she came in, she was stunned. Lin Che had come back. Although she had been staying with the Gu family these few days, she couldn't find a chance to interact with Gu Jingzi. He was busy every day and didn't pay attention to her. The servants in the house didn't pay attention to her either. Unexpectedly, when Lin Che came back, these people started to flatter her. Everyone was praising Lin Che and saying how beautiful she was. How beautiful could she be? It was only because she was Gu Jingzi's legal wife that he kept praising her. However, when she came in, she saw Lin Che suddenly turn around. She used to look pure and innocent. Even if she wore makeup, it wouldn't be too heavy. But today, her dark red lips were already stunning enough. Her small face was covered with heavy makeup. Her cheeks were even more distinct. The thick black eyeshadow made her eyes look twice as big. She looked like an exquisite SD doll. Her curly hair and her dark dress were as dark as the night. Although Mo Huiling was a woman, she felt that she was really beautiful. Her beauty made people's eyes light up. Then, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. Mo Huiling didn't say what she wanted to say. She harumphed and turned around to leave. After she left, Mo Huiling realized that Lin Che was so good at winning people's hearts. But, no matter how beautiful she was, it was just a face. Lin Che felt strange and didn't care about her anymore. Chapter 576. Just then, Gu Jingzi came back. He saw Lin Che like that as soon as he entered the room. He paused for a moment before walking over to her. He held her arms and looked at her. Lin Che felt uncomfortable under his gaze. "What are you doing?" Gu Jingzi said. "Are you doing a cover photo shoot?" "Yeah, didn't I tell you before?" Gu Jingzi really wanted to buy them all after the shoot. He didn't want her to be stared at by so many people. Presumably, there would be a lot of men who would go crazy for such a woman. And he was unwilling. Lin Che looked at him and asked, "Oh yeah, why did you call me? Do you know that there's a financial tycoon called Eric overseas?" "I don't. Okay. Gu Jingze had overestimated her knowledge in this area. But this person was known by almost everyone, because he had been on the Forbes list for so many years. And she actually said she didn't know him. Forget it. Her brain capacity probably wasn't that high. He's coming these few days. We'll entertain him. But his daughter really likes you. Huh. His daughter? Yes. His daughter is mixed race. Her mother is from country C, and her father is American. She's only 12 years old this year, and is a fan. She watched your TV series in China. She used to like Gu Jingyu very much. But now she likes you, so you want to bring me there? That's right. I want to bring you to meet him. Since we're in charge of hosting him, we naturally want him to be happy. She's one of his 3 daughters. But he treats all of them very well. So they're all precious to him. If his daughter is happy, he'll be happy too. Of course, but I've never seen such an important little fan before. Just treat her as a normal fan. Just go and have a chat. Okay, but I don't know how to get along with kids. You can try. He lowered his head and said, we'll have one in the future anyway. It's good to get used to it early. Annoying. Lin Che said. Then what should I do when the time comes? Anything. Dress up nicely, and show your little fan that you look better in person than on TV. She'll definitely be more infatuated with you. Isn't it good for you to have such a little fan? Aya, this is the first time I've met such a nouveau riche fan. Seriously, I'm not prepared at all. Alright, I'll be with you when the time comes. Don't worry about anything, just be yourself. He pinched her cheek. Lin Che felt a little pressured, but unexpectedly on the other side. Mo Huiling secretly listened to these things. Eric came to Country C? That was a well-known international tycoon. And Lin Che actually said that he didn't know him. Since he was here, it was only right for him to contact the Gu family first. After all, if he didn't visit the Gu family first when he arrived in Country C, he really didn't want to live anymore. However, only the Gu family had the ability to invite Eric here. Seems like it's going to be a huge project. When the time comes, who knows how many famous people will come. Lin Che returned to his room and turned on his computer. He wanted to see who Eric was. He told Shen Yuran about it on WeChat. At this moment, Shen Yuran hurriedly asked, who are you talking about? Eric. Yes, have you heard of this name? Fuck Eric, is it that financial tycoon Eric? The king of the stock market. Yeah, I don't really know. However, at this moment, Eric's name had already appeared on the page. The information on the computer's encyclopedia was very clear. Fuck, she realized that she knew this person. Although she hadn't studied him specifically, this kind of person had long been spread around. The self-made investment king, the king of the stock market, and a frequent guest on the Forbes list. She had forgotten his name, and only now did she realize that it was him. So, she was going to meet such a person soon? His daughter was her fan. She should have gone to suck up to him. Lin Che quickly said, Yuran, when the time comes, I'll definitely take a photo and pretend to be cool. Alright. Shen Yuran said gloomily. I'm so envious, jealous, and hateful. When the time comes, I'll ask him if I can buy any stocks. Get lost. I won't ask such a retarded question. Lin Che first went to film these few days. When he returned to the set, he thought about going back to suck up to Eric in a few days. After returning to the set, as expected, the production team was even stricter with her. But they also treated her better. The director had always felt that they were benevolent. He even rented a villa for her, brought her staff in, hired someone to take care of her daily life, and had security guards protect her at all times. Really, it made her feel very helpless. Although it was so special, at least the production team knew that she had just been kidnapped, so they were relieved. Everything was fine during the few days on set, but she was still exhausted. However, Lin Che suddenly didn't have her period. This made her a little surprised. Her period was quite accurate. This time, it seemed to have been delayed by 2 days. When she counted the days, she leaned against the wall and actually felt a little expectant. Thinking about this month, they hadn't used any protection. Could it be that she was pregnant just like that? That day, she rushed home from the set because Eric was about to arrive, and she had to come back to try on her clothes first. Yu Minmin was also there. Reading Eric's report, she said, I didn't expect you to have such a good fan. Oh my god, you must perform well when the time comes. Maybe the big one will also become your fan. And then you can directly break into Hollywood. Okay, I'm still in Hollywood? I haven't even done well in Country C. Yu Minmin said. But it seems that there are quite a lot of people going to visit Eric this time. Ah, isn't it the Gu family? How is that possible? Eric is coming to Country C. So many people in Country C are rushing to see Eric. No way. I thought he was just going to the Gu family to coax the child. Yu Minmin looked at her and shook her head. You really don't know how to ask first. I can only say that your husband really trusts you too much. Don't worry about that. I'll get a stylist to do a style for you and bring it over. It's rare to see you taking it so seriously. It's just a private event, and you even sent a stylist. Of course. This is a big shot. It's different. Yu Minmin did as she said. Soon she called a stylist to the Gu family. After styling Lin Che took a look. Indeed, it was very different. If she were to attend the event herself, she would probably just go there casually. At most, she would use a straight clip to clip her hair. But now her long hair looked pretty good with the wind. Although her hair wasn't considered long, only reaching the middle of her back, it still looked good with a curl. Lin Che looked at it with satisfaction and said, This style is not bad. After styling her, she continued to film. She was going to come back that day to meet Eric directly with Gu Jingze. But she didn't know. Emo Huiling was outside, chatting and drinking tea with her friends. Seeing that her arm was still tied up, she said in confusion, How did your arm get injured? It was just an accident. Jingze told me to rest well, so I moved into the Gu family. But Gu Jingze actually let you move in. It seems that his wife can't do it either. Chapter 577. Emo Huiling sat there with a smile, while her friend talked beside her. How is the Gu family? Is it very big? I heard that it's very strict, and there are a lot of servants there. When are you going to show us around? Her friend looked at Emo Huiling enviously. They didn't expect her to turn over on her stomach. Everyone had thought that she and Gu Jingze were done for. Emo Huiling said with a smile. That place is not a place that anyone can enter, let alone visit. Hearing this, the man curled his lips and thought to himself how proud. If she couldn't go, then so be it. She had moved into the Gu family because of her son. Emo Huiling had spread the news for a few days that she had moved into the Gu family. Everyone looked at her enviously, making her feel the pleasure she had when she was with Gu Jingze. No, it was even better than before. Because at that time, she had been with Gu Jingze. She had been careful and didn't dare to show off in front of others. After all, they had been together for so many years, and everything was natural. It wasn't until she left Gu Jingze that she felt that she had become worthless in this circle. It wasn't until this time, when she had a relationship with Gu Jingze again, that she enjoyed everyone's compliments and envy. It turned out that being by Gu Jingze's side was so satisfying. Emo Huiling said, Oh yes, I asked you to come because I need your help with something. What is it? You know that Eric will come to see land soon, and the Gu family is going to entertain him. Yes. Since you are with Gu Jingze, you will have a chance to attend. Emo Huiling's heart ached. No, Gu Jingze didn't ask her to go at all. Emo Huiling didn't mention it, because even if Gu Jingze didn't invite her, she would find a way to go by herself. Emo Huiling said, Lin Che is going too, and she wants to please Eric. TSK, an actress will always be an actress. She wants to please everyone she sees. I hope that this time, she will change beyond recognition. What? This is not easy, is it? Emo Huiling said. Don't you know that the styling shop she often goes to belongs to your family? You mean? When the time comes, use something in your hair care and skin care products. When the time comes she will. This was too sinister. He actually wanted to disfigure a beautiful girl. Furthermore, she was a celebrity. She didn't dare to do it, because the other party was Lin Che. If she was found out, she wouldn't be able to pay for it. However, Mo Huiling said. Hey, what does Lin Che mean to you now? He doesn't know you at all, and doesn't want to be friends with someone of your status. But I've been friends with you for so many years. You helped me, and made me the mistress of the Gu family. My child is born. My child, and I won't forget you, okay? Well, what else could she do? Usually, when Lin Che styled his hair, he would wash it first and take good care of it before styling it. Otherwise, if he always styled his hair, it would be too damaging to his hair. No matter how expensive the styling products were, it was inevitable that the hair would be damaged. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to take good care of their hair. That day, Yu Minmin brought her to do her hair care as usual. As they entered the shop, Yu Minmin said, Eric will be here tomorrow. After you're done today, take care of it yourself tomorrow morning. Your hair will definitely be smooth, and you'll be able to meet Eric in a radiant manner. I guarantee that you'll be the center of attraction. Lin Che was speechless. Come on, I'm just trying to coax a child. This shop was found by Yu Minmin. Ever since she became famous, she had come here to do her hair care. Because it was considered a high-end place in B City, it was more private, so many celebrities would come here. Seeing that Lin Che had arrived, the shop assistant took out Lin Che's usual clothes as usual. Miss Lin, you're here. Please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. However, they felt that the shop assistant was acting a little strange today. Yu Minmin said, she looks weird. Lin Che also said, yeah, I feel weird too. What's wrong with me today? I don't think so. I haven't had any breaking news recently. I've been busy filming, and haven't participated in any activities at all. But your cover photo of Microforce was uploaded to the official website today. Maybe it's because they saw your different cover photo, and felt that it was strange. Okay. Because of that cover photo, many people said that they seemed to have seen a different side of Lin Che. They thought that she would only play that kind of role and character, but now it seemed that she might not be bad if she changed her temperament. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to when she would be able to film such a role. However, Lin Che, who was currently on the rise, had her own arrangements. Usually, she would not suddenly change to another role. Instead, she would first consolidate her popularity, and wait for her popularity to stabilize, and the number of fans to stabilize before slowly changing to another role, to try to change her style. Lin Che had not reached that stage yet, so it was not bad to whet everyone's appetite first. After lying down, she did not care about anything else, and waited for the hair care employee to do her hair. After lying down, Lin Che felt that the smell was a little strange. She did not say anything, but it was a little different from usual. Below, she saw the employee looking at Lin Che with fear and trepidation. Lin Che said curiously, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm going to do my face soon. Please wait a moment." She quickly took out the skincare products. Looking at her, Lin Che felt that something was wrong, especially when he saw her quickly stirring the skincare products and walking towards him. Lin Che saw that her hand was approaching, and immediately grabbed her hand. The employee was so scared that her knees buckled. Lin Che said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The employee said hurriedly, No, there's nothing. It's just a new skincare product, really." Lin Che already felt that something was wrong. She pursed her lips and looked at the employee before her. "Just a new skincare product? I advise you to make it clear. Otherwise, if something really happens, are you sure you want to take the blame for someone else?" The employee was so scared that she trembled and knelt down. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I just feel that something is wrong." The employee came into contact with these things every day. If something was wrong, she would immediately feel it. Lin Che's gaze froze. She wanted to say something, but she already felt her scalp itch. It's not right. There's something wrong with it. My scalp is itching." Hearing this, Yu Minmin hurriedly made Lin Che lie down. She picked up the water and washed it for her. Chapter 578. The shop assistant was dumbfounded. She was a public figure with so many fans. If she attacked him, how could he continue working? Lin Che didn't care about anything else. He left quickly, and went to the hospital first. However, Yu Minmin noticed that her hair was turning gray bit by bit, and then slowly falling off. Oh my god, what was that? Soon they arrived at the hospital. The doctor was shocked when he saw her. After a series of examinations, and a quick elimination of the effects of the medicine, Lin Che was finally fine. But her hair, the doctor said, it should have been added with some industrial ingredients. We still have to check what exactly was added. It looks like there's nothing wrong with the scalp or the body, but the hair. Lin Che touched her hair, and felt that what was left of it was a complete mess. Furthermore, it was much shorter than before. She wondered if she had already become bald. What happened to me? Minmin, give me a mirror. Did I lose all my hair? Yu Minmin looked at her speechlessly. You didn't lose all your hair. Don't worry, it didn't fall off. It's just broken off. What happened? Tell me first. Don't worry, I can take it. Lin Che clenched her fists and said. Yu Minmin could only say, then take a look for yourself. Placing the mirror in front of her, Lin Che could only see that his hair was short and only a few inches long. However, it was uneven, and he looked like a lunatic. Oh my god, I'm so ugly. Lin Che threw the mirror away. But after thinking about it, she pulled the mirror back to see if there was any way to save her. However, she really didn't think there was anything to save. No way. I have to go with the Gu family to entertain Eric tomorrow. If I go like this, I'll be so embarrassed. Yu Minmin could only say, don't be like this. I'll get the stylist to think of another way. Lin Che just collapsed there. What the fuck? Yu Minmin said. You should be glad that there's nothing wrong with your face. If you didn't notice that something was wrong, and let her continue to do your skincare, your face would be ruined. Lin Che touched her face. Thinking about it, she felt a lingering fear. At that time, she had only felt that something was wrong and hadn't thought of anything else. Now that she thought about it, it really was. Oh my god, who wants to ruin my face? I think it's very suspicious for someone to disfigure themselves at this time. They either have a grudge against you or the Gu family. They even know that you're going to entertain Eric. Imo Huiling. Lin Che said this name through gritted teeth. Other than her, he couldn't think of anyone else who not only knew that she was going to receive Eric, but also had such a deep hatred for her. When Lin Che returned home, Yu Minmin followed him. The servants were all very surprised to see her like this. Madam Yu, where's Imo Huiling? Lin Che asked directly. It's inside, the servant said. Without another word, Lin Che walked in. Imo Huiling, tell me, what are you trying to do? What are you yelling for? Don't you have any manners? Why are you yelling here? Imo Huiling saw Lin Che acting like this the moment she came out. He was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Io, is this your new look, Lin Che? Lin Che narrowed his eyes and looked at Imo Huiling's mocking expression. Isn't this your masterpiece, Imo Huiling? Imo Huiling couldn't stop laughing. She touched her mouth with one hand and said disdainfully, I'm taking care of the baby. I don't have time to care about you. I can't think of anyone else who can be so vicious other than you. What's there to be vicious about? There's no need for me to go against you at this time. As long as my child is born, everything you have will be mine. This is an unnecessary move. I don't need it at all. You. Imo Huiling looked at him proudly. Why do you want to hit me? Are you going to hit me in the stomach or my arm? Try hitting me. After you're done, I'll ruin your reputation. You're the wife of the Gu family. You can't allow someone else to be pregnant with your husband's child. If you hit me, I'll let your fans see what their idol is like. Yu Minmin pulled Lin Che down. Calm down, we won't hit you. Yes, why would I hit her? Lin Che snorted. I won't hit you, nor will I scold you. I'll see how long you can make a fuss. The child is born, and it's not Gu Jing's child. Let's see what you're going to do then. Imo Huiling didn't think that the child wasn't Gu Jing's. She snorted and said, keep lying to yourself. You'll know when the child is born. Lin Che walked in. Imo Huiling was still laughing there. Serves him right. Just now, Lin Che's appearance was really too ugly. Now that Gu Jingze had seen it, she wanted to see if Gu Jingze would still want her. Lin Che returned to the room, feeling angry. Anyone who was messed up in such an ugly way would be infuriated to death. Although her hair would still grow back, she didn't know what to do when she thought about meeting people tomorrow. Yu Minmin comforted her. Lin Che said, "Forget it. It's already like this. I'll just wear a hat or a wig." "Okay, don't worry. There's always a way. Go back. You've been with me for half a day. I can adjust myself. Don't worry." Yu Minmin was still a little worried, so she sent someone to inform Gu Jingze. She felt that if Gu Jingze was by Lin Che's side, she would feel more at ease. Moreover, Gu Jingze would have more ways to comfort Lin Che than she did. After Yu Minmin left, Lin Che sat there and studied herself in the mirror. She wasn't a pessimist. She felt that there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't continue being upset, but she couldn't accept it. As she thought about this, she remembered that she hadn't had her period yet. She decided to go to the pharmacy, while her hair was in such a mess that no one could recognize her. Because she had never bought such a thing before, she felt a little embarrassed. But seeing her like this, the shop assistant was probably thinking that there would still be men who wanted her. So there was still a look of surprise in her eyes, but she didn't say anything and just handed the pregnancy test to her. She took it back and tried it according to the instructions. As she waited, she heard a sound from outside. Lin Che. Gu Jingze was calling her. Lin Che was stunned. She looked down at the things below. It wasn't time yet. "I'm in the toilet." Outside, Gu Jingze heard the sound and said to her, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I'm just taking a dump." Gu Jingze said, "I heard about it. Come out and let me see what's wrong with your hair." Chapter 579. No, I'm not going out. Lin Che didn't want him to see her like this. She felt embarrassed. Besides, she was so ugly. It was fine if others saw her like this. But if Gu Jingze saw her, she already felt that standing in front of Gu Jingze, she was already in a different world from him. If people saw her standing in front of him like this tomorrow, they would immediately laugh at her. They would think that Gu Jingze was unlucky to marry her. She also felt that Gu Jingze was unlucky. He must have owed her something in his previous life, to have no choice but to marry her in this life. But now, Gu Jingze shouted from outside, "Hurry up, open the door, or I'll kick it in." No. Lin Che said, I'm really ugly." Seeing that the time was up, Lin Che picked up the pregnancy test kit to check. Seeing that Lin Che still hadn't come out, Gu Jingze frowned and said, "Lin Che, what's wrong with you?" There was no sound inside. Gu Jingze could only say, Okay. You're not coming out?" Gu Jingze went to knock on the door. Okay, I'm coming out." Lin Che opened the door gratefully, but she quickly put the pregnancy test kit behind her. Gu Jingze looked at her strange expression and was stunned. Lin Che then remembered her hair and quickly covered it with one hand. "Okay, stop looking at me. I'm ugly." Then, Gu Jingze pulled her hand down. "Okay, what's there to cover up? I've seen what you look like. It's just a messy hair. It's nothing." Lin Che raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. "But I look so ugly. When I go out tomorrow, they will definitely laugh at me. I even said that I would perform well. But now that Eric is coming, I look like this." Gu Jingze said, "Lin Che, no matter what you look like, you're still you. People who like you won't suddenly dislike you because of your hair. But there are many beauties in the entertainment industry who are prettier than you, but not as popular as you. Why? Because I'm unlucky. Luck might be one thing, but there's another. Apart from your beauty, you have other strengths that people like. So, even if your hair doesn't look good, you have other strengths. So it's just a hair." Hearing this, Lin Che felt much better in his heart. It wasn't because she found everything he said acceptable, but when she heard him say that she had other strengths, she felt like he was praising her. Moreover, being comforted by him like this made her feel much better. Sometimes he didn't need to say anything nice. As long as he was willing to comfort her, it was enough to make her feel good. Lin Che stretched out his hand and looked at him. Then, because he had forgotten about it for a moment, the thing he had placed behind his back was revealed. Lin Che was stunned, but it was already too late to take it back. Gu Jingze had already seen it. "What is this?" "No, Nothing. Let me have a look. Gu Jingze pulled out the item. Lin Che really felt that he was extremely embarrassed. You're so annoying. Give it to me. It's a pregnancy test, okay? What's there to see? Pregnancy test? Gu Jingze stared at her. You. Lin Che took out the pregnancy test. I just didn't have my period, so I came to try it. But it's a bar. I'm not pregnant. Hearing this, Gu Jingze was a little disappointed. But seeing Lin Che pouting, he threw the pregnancy test away and smiled at her. Why are you so disappointed that you're not pregnant? Lin Che was pulled to the bed by him. She looked up at Gu Jingze. It's just that I didn't have my period, so I thought I was pregnant. After all this month, you didn't use protection a few times, so I came back to try it. I just wanted to try it. I didn't have any other thoughts. But I didn't get pregnant, so I felt that today was really an unlucky day. Gu Jingze looked at her with a smile. Holding her hand, he said calmly, You're not pregnant, so you're not pregnant. Do you think it's that easy to get pregnant? It's a probability. But if you want to. He leaned close to her ear and said quietly, Next month, we'll use protection. Lin Che blushed. What did he mean by if she wanted to? He made it sound like she really wanted to give birth to his child. She immediately pounded his chest. But Gu Jingze laughed and pressed her down first. Hey, Gu Jingze, let go of me. Can you still do this? It's so ugly. Ugly? It's not ugly at all. When the two of them got up, Gu Jingze went out first. Lin Che wondered what he was doing. Lin Che was confused for a while. When she came back, Gu Jingze said to her, I called a stylist. Come with me and ask him to help you with your hair. Ah, stylist? We actually have a stylist in our company, Lin Che said. I heard that he's not bad. You should go and have a look. Not bad? What's his name? Lin Che asked. Gu Jingze said, Andy Cleven. Oofed. Why does this name sound so familiar? Lin Che thought for a moment. She suddenly thought of something and quickly went to Baidu. The person who came up made her almost jump in shock. Hey. Are you talking about this Andy? Gu Jingze only glanced at her, indicating that he didn't know. Lin Che said directly, He's not a supermodel. He used to be Mu Firen's personal makeup artist. After he became famous, he went abroad to do makeup for Paris Fashion Week, Milan Fashion Week, and Hollywood brands. Really? I just told my men to find a first-class makeup artist. Oh my God. Am I going to see this makeup artist now? Lin Che was taken out, still in a daze. She was going to have a Hollywood makeup artist do her makeup? When Yu Minmin returned to Glass Palace, she received a call from home, saying that they had received an invitation from her previous school. Yu Minmin had to go home first. Her mother lived well in the bungalow and seemed to have put on some weight. Yu Chengqing was also at home. He looked at Yu Minmin and asked, Sis, I saw it. You're having a class reunion, and you're invited. Yu Minmin said, Yeah, forget it. I don't want to go either. Why not? Yu Chengqing said regretfully. Yu Minmin said, Why do you want me to go? Yu Chengqing said, You used to be bullied by your classmates. Go home and show them. You're the president's wife now. You're just a kid. Go to school. Why do you care so much? Yu Minmin silently put away the invitation. She still didn't decide to go. When she was in school, she was always bullied. Chapter 580. Because at that time, although her family wasn't as wealthy as it was now, the teacher still favored the children who came from a better family and were clean and tidy. She didn't have good clothes to wear, so she always wore old clothes. She was always going in and out, so she didn't have time to tidy herself up. Hence, the teacher didn't like her, and the students didn't like those whom the teacher didn't like. At that time, she was always bullied, but it was nothing. Later, when she grew up and met her former classmates, she just smiled and let it go. Yu Minmin told Yu Chengqing, Study hard and don't care about those things. I'm going back. Sis, don't worry. The school treats me like a treasure now. I'm not as miserable as you. I was bullied in school, but now, who dares to bully me? Hey, don't be too proud. Don't worry, this is just my motivation. I will definitely study hard, so that I won't let down my bragging all these years. Kids these days were really. Yu Minmin left the house and went to an advertising company to discuss a collaboration. However, just as she entered the company, she heard someone calling her name. Yu Minmin? She turned her head. She saw the man behind her. He was tall, thin, and looked very sunny. Yu Minmin was stunned. Feng Xiaoqing. Feng Xiaoqing was one of her classmates. Back then, he came from a good family, was good at studying, and was good at sports. He was like a Prince Charming in school. Many girls in the school had a crush on him. Yu Minmin thought about it. Actually, she liked him a lot back then. It wasn't because he was the most handsome guy in school, but because they were in the same class. They had participated in an interest group together and were assigned to the same group. They had worked on robots together. After that, he had taken care of her, which made her feel very warm. However, the unrequited love at that time was as light as the wind. Many people knew that unrequited love was unrequited love, and there would be no result. He walked over with a smile. It's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought that the president's wife wouldn't go out often. Yu Minmin was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she smiled and said a little embarrassedly, I came out to work. I'm just married. I still have to do what I should do. I'm no different from an ordinary woman. Originally, the president's wife had to have her own things to do to make the people like her. Therefore, Gu Jingming did not object to her going out to work. Feng Xiaoqing asked, What are you doing here? Oh, I'm here to talk about cooperation. You're here. This is my dad's company. Ah, so that's how it is. Oh right, I forgot. You were a second-generation rich kid when you were in school. What rich second generation? He smiled and asked her to go up with him. He asked her who she was going to talk to and how she was going to talk. After helping her along the way, he said, So you're here to help Lin Che discuss the collaboration. Go ahead. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you for helping me. It's nothing. We're old classmates after all. There's no need to be so polite with old classmates. Hearing that, Yu Minmin relaxed and smiled before entering the room. They had discussed the cooperation several times before. Now it was the last time to discuss the terms of the contract and prepare to sign it. So it was done very quickly. When she went out, she saw that Feng Xiaoqing was still waiting for her. Seeing Yu Minmin come out, he walked her out and said, Oh yeah, there's a class reunion in a few days. Did you get the invitation? Ah, I haven't decided if I want to go. She didn't say that she didn't want to go. Go on then. Long time no see, classmate. Everyone misses you. However, when she went out, Yu Minmin saw that the president's bodyguard was outside. Feng Xiaoqing paused. Seeing that there was someone outside, he couldn't help but look at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, I'm leaving. Oh, he's here to pick you up, Feng Xiaoqing said. Could it be Mr. President? Yeah. Feng Xiaoqing raised his head and looked over. Yu Minmin had already rushed over. The president's bodyguard opened the car door. It was indeed Gu Jingming. He looked out. That man was still standing there. Gu Jingming said, Who's that? Yu Minmin also turned back to look and said, My old classmate. She didn't realize that when she said this, her face had a rare girlish expression. Gu Jingming squinted at her, but he looked at the people behind him with a more serious expression. In the end, Yu Minmin decided to go to the class reunion that night. She dressed herself up a little. Gu Jingming quickly noticed. Where are you going? There's a class reunion, Yu Minmin said. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes as he watched the helper do her clothes and hair. She put on some makeup and was done quickly. She said to him, I'll be back very early. Let's go. I'll drive you there, Gu Jingming said. Ah, that's not necessary, Yu Minmin said in surprise. Gu Jingming said, I'm going back to the Gu family anyway. I'll go there after I send you off. Yu Minmin thought that it was too troublesome. However, he didn't give her a chance to refuse and asked the chauffeur to prepare the car. The car drove to the venue of Yu Minmin's class reunion. It was a high-class hotel. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming. Thank you for sending me off. I'll be leaving first. She stepped forward, and her chest was slightly exposed. She was wearing a low-cut dress today. It wasn't actually very low, but her breasts were too big. However, Gu Jingming pulled her back. Yu Minmin was stunned. Gu Jingming looked at her and was about to kiss her on the lips. Yu Minmin was startled. Ah, you. Gu Jingming's eyes darkened when she instinctively dodged. Why are you hiding? You don't want me to touch you? No. No. Yu Minmin looked back. There must be a lot of people attending the class reunion. If someone saw them, however, her expression did seem to indicate that she was unwilling to do so. Gu Jingming's eyes darkened. He pulled Yu Minmin over and kissed her lips before she could refuse. She knelt in his arms and looked up to receive his deep kiss. The car door was still slightly open, which made her heart beat wildly. She only felt that it was a little too exciting. It was too scary. She was too shy. Finally, Gu Jingming let go of her. However, he licked her lips as if he hadn't had enough. Yu Minmin blushed. She looked at Gu Jingming with her usual domineering and intoxicated expression, as if nothing had happened. She said hurriedly, I'll go in first. Then, she opened the car door and got out. She looked around to see if anyone had noticed what had happened. Luckily, she didn't see any familiar faces. She hurried in. Chapter 581. The reunion began in a private room. Yu Minmin's face was still red. Before she entered, she saw Feng Xiaoqing outside. Seeing her, Feng Xiaoqing walked over with a smile. You're here. Come in. Many of our classmates are here. Yu Minmin was still in a daze, and Gu Jingming suddenly did that. Really? Did he want to embarrass her on purpose? She smiled at Feng Xiaoqing and followed him in. The students who had been laughing and fooling around turned to look at them when they saw Yu Minmin and Feng Xiaoqing walk in together. Yu Minmin had really come. Wow, the president's wife is here. I didn't expect the president's wife to come. Xiaoqing is so charming to be able to invite our president's wife. Yu Minmin felt a little uncomfortable at the enthusiasm of the students. Feng Xiaoqing helped Yu Minmin to speak. All right, what's with the president's wife? Since it's a reunion, there's no need to be so taboo. Seeing Feng Xiaoqing bring Yu Minmin in, the girls were still a little unconvinced. Things were different now that she was the president's wife. Feng Xiaoqing had even gone to welcome her personally and protect her. Yu Minmin sat in the middle, and everyone began to ask questions. Minmin, you're living in Liali Palace now? Yu Minmin said, yeah. That's great. You must have a lot of people serving you every day, that person said. Then, another person immediately said, of course. How can there be a lack of people serving the president? Yu Minmin said, actually it's no different from usual. Yu Minmin knew that the girl was quite pretty. She had been very popular in class. She wasn't very good at school, but she was clean and pretty. Back then, children were very cute when they were fair and clean. However, Yu Minmin and the others often ran around and were tanned all day, so they weren't that cute in comparison. It was said that she had married a rich businessman and lived a good life. She looked at Yu Minmin and said, do you still remember who I am? We were sitting quite close to each other. Luckily, I was Feng Xiaoqing's deskmate. Yeah, I remember, Yu Minmin said. Everyone looked at Yu Minmin. Naturally, some were envious, and some were jealous. Someone said, I didn't expect you to become the president's wife, Minmin. I remember you have a younger brother, right? Yeah. Yu Minmin had already expected that he would attract too much attention here. But he didn't expect that everyone would be so impolite and directly surround him with questions. The girl looked around. Yu Minmin had come by himself, but he didn't bring anyone with him. She smiled and said, it's fine if Mr. President didn't come with you. He's such a big shot, so it's impossible for him to come to our class reunion. But he didn't say that he would send someone to follow you. It's too degrading for Mrs. President to come and go alone. Yu Minmin turned to look at her and said, I just married a man, and I didn't go out of my way to be the president's wife. What's there to lose? I don't think people are judged by their price. If there's no price, then there's nothing to lose. The woman's blocked face froze. She looked at Yu Minmin, and her face twisted. She said, Io, you didn't like to talk when you were young. You're really different after becoming the president's wife. Has your mouth become so sharp? You said that I started working before I married Gu Jingming. Whether my mouth is sharp or not has nothing to do with who I marry or who I become. Hearing Yu Minmin call Gu Jingming by his name, everyone looked at each other uncomfortably. However, Gu Jingming wasn't someone she could call. He was her husband, and she could call him whatever she wanted. So it was their business that they weren't used to it. The woman was pushed back again. She wanted to say more, but Feng Xiaoqing said from behind, "All right, why are you still talking about these things? Everyone hurry up and eat." Yu Minmin looked at Feng Xiaoqing gratefully. Yu Minmin had always been a clear-cut person. She would remember anyone who had helped her before. Feng Xiaoqing also smiled and hurriedly ordered his men to prepare the items. Everyone said that it was Feng Xiaoqing's treat, and asked them to enjoy themselves. Someone exclaimed that Feng Xiaoqing was really rich, and he was still so rich even now. Feng Xiaoqing sat next to Yu Minmin and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm rich or not. It's just that it's rare for old classmates to meet each other. I'm just treating you to a meal, not giving you money. It's not like I'm rich or not." Everyone stopped talking and started eating. Someone even asked Yu Minmin for her WeChat ID and contact information. Everyone took photos together and talked about the childish things in the past. Many people even came to Yu Minmin and said, "We bullied you in the past. You were immature when you were a child." That's not it. It's not bullying. It was bullying when she swallowed the insults after work. When she was a child, she was immature and arrogant. Although it was infuriating, she could still deal with it. In comparison, the teachers when she was a child were the real bullies. After all, sometimes children could be immature but the teachers couldn't be. However, the teachers took the lead and bullied her first. Yu Minmin knew that there were many good teachers but unfortunately, they were not good teachers. That was why it was such a tragedy. After dinner, Yu Minmin felt bored, so he prepared to leave. Feng Xiaoqing said, "Why? Aren't you going to continue playing? Everyone wants to go karaoke." Yu Minmin said, "Forget it, I'm not going. I'm a little tired. I'll go back first. You guys go and have fun. We'll meet again next time." Feng Xiaoqing could only say, "All right then. Next time you go to our company, you can tell me in advance." Someone behind said, "Minmin, you're even a manager now. Do you have singers under you? Are you tired of hearing those celebrities sing?" Yu Minmin chuckled and left. After she left, the girl from before said, "Hey, what's wrong with that? Do you think you're amazing just because you're married to the president? Let me tell you, the more amazing a person is, the darker their background is. Look at her, she's a loner. Maybe this Mr. President doesn't even like her. Otherwise, how could there be a president's wife like her? She doesn't put on any airs at all. Yeah, I'm curious too. Why would Mr. President like her? It's not that Mr. President wants to find a commoner to be his shield. Actually, he has quite a few women. I think so. What century, Cinderella? How could there be such a good thing?" Chapter 582. However, even though they said that, they still felt jealous when they saw Yu Minmin getting into a fancy car. After all, the contrast was too great. She had been such an ordinary girl in class. The key was that her temperament was very different now. The more she acted like she didn't care, as if her current life was just a natural one for her. She didn't say or do anything to show off, which made them even more depressed. When Yu Minmin returned to Glass Palace, Feng Xiaoqing sent her a WeChat message. He told her not to mind what those people said today. Yu Minmin sat on the bay window and replied, "It's okay, I'm fine." Then she put her phone down. Seeing that Gu Jingming had returned, she quickly got up and said, "I'm going to wash up." Gu Jingming nodded and took off his clothes. Then his phone rang. He narrowed his eyes. He had noticed that Yu Minmin seemed to be chatting with someone the moment he entered. When he saw the name on the phone, he narrowed his eyes and walked over. He picked up the phone and heard Feng Xiaoqing's voice. "Minmin, they went overboard today, but you were very imposing today. They couldn't do anything to you." There was no reply. Feng Xiaoqing continued, "What's wrong? You're not really angry, are you? Don't be angry. They're just jealous of you, really." There was still no reply. Feng Xiaoqing said, Minmin actually. Minmin isn't here. Feng Xiaoqing was completely stunned. Gu Jingming continued mildly, she's showering. I'll tell her what you said. Feng Xiaoqing only reacted after a while. Thank you. He quickly hung up and stared blankly ahead. Could it be Mr. President who answered the phone just now? After Yu Minmin showered, she saw Gu Jingming holding her phone. She said quickly, you have a call? Yeah, it's Feng Xiaoqing. Oh, a classmate of mine. Yu Minmin walked over quickly, wondering if he had answered her call. However, just as he took the phone, he took the opportunity to pull her over. Yu Minmin tried to hide instinctively. However, Gu Jingming pulled her into his arms even more forcefully. Why are you hiding? Gu Jingming kissed her deeply. The two of them went back to the bed. That night was like a punishment. She was brutally tortured in all kinds of positions. The next day, the news that Eric had come to see Country had gradually spread. It wasn't Eric's first time in Country C, but it was his first time being so high profile. Thus, the news naturally began to spread in Country C. Many tycoons wanted to join in the fun and meet this world-famous tycoon. Mo Huiling had already asked her family to find out that they were going to receive guests at one of the Gu family's manors. So she came here with her mother. When Mo Huiling arrived at the door, someone came to stop her. Mo Huiling was not invited, but she was confident that she did not need to be invited. Looking at the bodyguard of the Gu family, she snorted and said, What are you doing? Don't you know that the child in my belly is the flesh and blood of the Gu family? Seriously, I'm already living with Gu Jingzi now. It's obvious that he has admitted it. How dare you stop me here? You must be tired of living. Sorry, you can't just come in today. You. Mo Huiling's mother said speechlessly. What's wrong with you? How dare you treat us like this? Where's your master? I want to see him and ask him in person. Huiling is Jingzi's savior after all. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Mo Huiling was also fuming. Mo Huiling's mother quickly held her belly and said, Huiling, it's all right. Don't be angry, don't be angry. The child is important. It's not good to anger the child. What about Lin Che? You've been staying at Gu Jingzi's place for so long. Haven't you had a proper conversation with him? He doesn't even allow you to come here. Mom, just wait and see. Lin Che might not even dare to come today. She felt wronged by her mother's rebuke. She wanted Gu Jingzi to take a good look at her, but Gu Jingzi ignored her. If the two of them were alone at home, he would just hide in the study and not come out. Normally, he would be with Lin Che, either going out or finding a room to stay in the courtyard. The Gu family was huge. They could always find a place to be alone. Mo Huiling's mother said, Are you serious? She might not be able to come today? Mo Huiling snorted. Her eyes were full of smugness. Of course. I saw her yesterday. She's so ugly. She'll only scare people if she comes. Everyone will see her. She'll definitely laugh at her. Mo Huiling thought viciously. It was a pity that her face was not ruined. Only her hair was ruined. Mo Huiling's mother fanned herself with her handkerchief. She felt that if these people did not open the door, they would be the first to be embarrassed. Suddenly, someone called out from inside. Miss Mo. Mo Huiling turned her head around. Wasn't that Gu Lanshan? Auntie, you're here. Mo Huiling hurried over. Gu Lanshan asked someone to let Mo Huiling and her daughter in. Seeing that Mo Huiling's belly was not showing, she said, Why aren't you resting at home? I've stayed at home for too long. I just wanted to go out for a walk. Oh yes, is Jingzi not here yet? No, didn't he personally welcome Mr. Eric at the airport? So that's how it is. Gu Lanshan looked at her and thought to herself. She had been staying there for so long, but Gu Jingzi had not given her any special privileges. She could not even enter the manor. She was indeed not as resourceful as Lin Che. However, she still brought her in. Mo Huiling thanked her profusely. Gu Lanshan only smiled and said, You just need to take care of your belly. You don't have to thank me. Now that the child is born, we're a family. Gu Lanshan did not want to help her. She did not have any feelings for the child. Anyway, if Gu Jingzi wanted the child, he could have it no matter what. However, She could not bear to see Mu Wanqing steal the leadership of a family. That was why she had to go against Mu Wanqing. When the child was born, she wanted to see how Mu Wanqing would deal with it. Mo Huiling snuck into the crowd and Gu Lanshan left. Mo Huiling's mother and Mo Huiling looked over and saw a few familiar faces. Mo Huiling's mother said, "I've seen a few of them before." Of course, everyone who came today is related to the Gu family. Although this manor is open to the public, and there are people who can find ways to enter, most of them are related to the Gu family. Hurry up and take a seat. There's a place over there where you can rest. With your belly, you can't keep standing. Mo Huiling's mother hurriedly helped Mo Huiling over. There was a place where a few small chairs had been placed. Some girls were sitting there and chattering. They seemed to have seen Liu Beichen around. Chapter 583. Recently, the Liu family and the Gu family have been very close. Because of the marriage, the Liu family and the Gu family have both increased their wealth and influence. Mo Wen's mother said, "Back then, I even asked someone to be a matchmaker and asked you to go on a blind date with Liu Beichen. You refused no matter what and insisted on staying by Gu Jing's side. Look at you now." Mo Huiling said, "I have Gu Jing's. Why would I go on a blind date with Liu Beichen? The Liu family has a say in Country C. They're not an ordinary family. But think about it. Jingza and I are already together. Why would I think about someone else? It's not certain. What if Liu Beichen didn't agree at that time? Now it seems that I was right not to go on the blind date. Liu Beichen and Gu Yin have been together for a long time. If I had gone on the blind date, I would have been so embarrassed." Mo's mother thought about it and agreed. The Liu family was also trying to climb up the social ladder. At that time, the blind date was arranged through someone else, so the possibility of it working out was rather low. At this moment, someone said that Lin Che had arrived. The girl beside him quickly stood up and said, "Lin Che is here. Quick look." "Why did she come alone?" the other asked. "Didn't Gu Jingza come with her?" "You don't know?" Gu Jingza went to the airport. Eric and his family came in the Gu family's private plane. "Hurry up and take a look at Lin Che. I wonder how he's doing. You guys don't know, but his dressing style has been trending recently. So many girls are imitating it. Why? They say it's to seduce men. Because so many handsome men are infatuated with her. Everyone thinks that her dressing will definitely attract men's attention. Look, she's coming in." Mo Huiling sat there and thought to herself, "What's with the trend? Lin Che really knew how to make people flatter him. Wasn't he afraid of being flattered to death? No, she was going to be a complete joke today. That ghastly look of hers yesterday. Yu Minmin found it funny when he thought about it." At this moment, the door on the other side was pushed open. When Lin Che entered, everyone turned to look at him. Then Lin Che entered the black group, mixing and matching beautifully. When he stepped into the group, everyone was stunned. "Is that Lin Che?" Of course it's Lin Che. His face hasn't changed. When did she cut her hair short? Wow, this is the first time I've seen her with short hair. Mo Huiling sneered and turned around. Lin Che was wearing a simple black sleeveless shirt on top. The loose shirt made her look skinny. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans and a pair of black shoes that exposed her toes. Her originally shoulder-length hair had now become extremely short and black. Her scattered short hair looked very neat. Because her cheeks were originally small, the short hair made her face even smaller. This kind of hairstyle was simply unsightly for people with big faces. Only this kind of small face could be unscrupulous. He didn't expect her to change her style and look. She had smoky eye makeup on her face. It wasn't exaggerated, but it had a punk feel to it. She was like a Hollywood superstar. When she walked up, she was casual, but her gaze was sharp. Even though she was a woman, she didn't lose out to men. In the world of so many men in Hollywood, she could still forge a bloody path by herself. She was filled with confidence and calmness, making people feel that she was a goddess. Once again, everyone saw a different Lin Che, so they couldn't take their eyes off her. They thought to themselves that the speed at which they followed the trend really couldn't keep up with the speed at which she changed her style. Because her face was really too white and too tender. The smoky eye makeup didn't look dirty at all. Instead, it made her skin look even fairer. In short, if it was anyone else, if they were dressed like this, they would probably look inappropriate. But Lin Che didn't have to worry. Because her skin was white and tender, her figure was tall and slender, and her face was also small and cute. So this outfit was just right. It only made her good points, and didn't reflect any of her flaws. Everyone looked at her in surprise, feeling amazed for a moment. Wow, Lin Che's style is so beautiful. She has the demeanor of a big shot. And she doesn't look petty at all. Instead, she has the demeanor of a Hollywood star. Emma Huiling took a long time to react. She opened her mouth a little, but forgot to close it. But she saw that Lin Che had already seen Emma Huiling. She didn't go in directly. Instead, she walked out slowly, looked at Emma Huiling, and came to her side. Looking at her up close, the makeup didn't look heavy at all. It only gave off a grand feeling, but it didn't make people feel heavy at all. It was really perfect. Very beautiful. Lin Che looked at Emma Huiling and snorted. So Miss Emma is here. Emma Huiling reacted, and looked at Lin Che with gritted teeth. What's wrong? Can't I be here? Do you think you're the only one who can come here? You're wrong. I'm the eldest daughter of the Emma family. Also, I'm pregnant with Jing's child. There's no place I can't go, humph. Lin Che laughed coldly. I'm not saying anything else. Why are you so anxious? I'm just here to thank you for encouraging me to change my style. I was looking for a chance to change my style. Lin Che had never thought about changing his style. He was just trying to provoke Emma Huiling. Seeing that Emma Huiling's expression had darkened, Lin Che said, Go over and sit down, Miss Emma. You're fine. But the child in your womb is always standing there with such an ugly expression. It's not good for the child. Pregnant women should relax, right? You. Emma Huiling was furious. But Mother Emma, who was standing beside her, quickly pressed her down. There were so many people watching. It would be a joke if things got out of hand. Lin Che found a seat and sat down. Initially, she didn't want to play this game with Emma Huiling. She also didn't want to sit in a place with so many people and be seen as a panda. But now, she really wanted to anger Emma Huiling. She wanted to make her look bad for no reason, and even ruin her face. Emma Huiling gritted her teeth and looked at her. Then she sat down angrily. She didn't want to leave. Why was Lin Che here, and she had to leave? It made it seem as if she was running away, because she couldn't win against her. After all, she was pregnant with Gu Jing's child. Lin Che was the one who should run away. As expected, when Lin Che sat down, he saw that everyone was looking at him. Some girls smiled and looked at Lin Che. They wanted to come over and talk to him, but because of Emma Huiling's cold expression, they didn't dare to get involved. They didn't want to be implicated and become cannon fodder. Lin Che sat down and took out his cell phone. At the same time, he sent a WeChat message to Yu Minmin to tell her about the matter. She immediately sent a message saying, I'm going to piss her off. I'm going to piss her off. She thought I wouldn't dare to come, but I still came. Chapter 584. Yu Minmin said, Of course it's Andy's work. With your net worth, there's no doubt about it. Who would be able to invite Andy? You can imagine how generous he is. Everyone was looking at them noisily. Lin Che didn't notice that Gu Jingze had come in. The people around had already noticed Gu Jingze's figure. When he walked in, Lin Che was still texting. Emma Huiling, on the other hand, immediately spotted Gu Jingze. However, under the expectant gazes, Gu Jingze walked straight to Lin Che's back without looking sideways. He looked at Lin Che with a smile, and took the phone from her hand. Lin Che was shocked. Why was there someone trying to snatch her phone? She looked up and saw Gu Jingze dangling her cell phone as he looked at her and said, Are you obsessed with your cell phone? Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. His charming eyes were dark. Lin Che stood up and complained, Why did you snatch my phone? Give it back. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something I can't see in it? Of course not. Gu Jingze picked it up. Lin Che wanted to snatch it back immediately. She had just said to Yu Minmin, it was so embarrassing. Gu Jingze picked up the phone and looked at the screen. It was a conversation with Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "Your Gu Jingze treats you too well. Where else can you find such a good man?" Lin Che replied, "Haha, of course. He's so rich, hardworking and good-looking. He's bound to cling to you." That was, Lin Che saw Gu Jingze's gaze deepen as he looked at her meaningfully. She immediately blushed. "Give it back. I was just joking." Gu Jingze didn't try to hide anymore. He returned the phone to her and said, "Since you have good taste, I won't say anything about it. Next time, just keep it to ourselves. Don't show it off." Annoying. Who was showing off? She was just joking. Although, it did seem to be true, Gu Jingze said. "Alright, let's go. Eric has arrived. He's inside." Lin Che immediately said, "Oh okay. Let's go." Mo Huiling hurriedly came over. "Hey Jingze. You're here too." Gu Jingze glanced at her indifferently. His expression was strange and distant. He looked completely different from before. Then he took Lin Che's arm and walked away. Mo Huiling was left hanging there. She watched Gu Jingze leave, just as dazzling as when he came. Envious voices could be heard from the side. "Aya, Gu Jingze and Lin Che are so loving. Did I see it wrong?" Gu Jingze was smiling at Lin Che. "Yeah, Gu Jingze doesn't look that scary anymore. That's for Lin Che. Don't even think about it when it's your turn." Mo Huiling's expression darkened. Mo Huiling's mother turned around and glared angrily at the love-struck woman behind her. She tugged at Mo Huiling and said, "Gu Jingze was too rude to you just now. What's wrong with you? You've been living with him for so long." Alright. What are you talking about? When I give birth to the child, let's see if he'll still treat me and the child like this." Humph. Having said that, Mo Huiling immediately got up and chased after them. Gu Jingze had already gone in, but she was still listening to these women, who couldn't get close to Gu Jingze. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze in to look for Eric. She said, "There are so many people here. I thought we were meeting in private." Gu Jingze said, "Eric likes crowds, so I didn't stop them even though they tried to come to the manor." "I see." Lin Che clung to Gu Jingze. "Is my outfit okay? I keep feeling that something's not right. My hair is short all of a sudden. I'm not used to it." Gu Jingze said, "You're just not used to it. You'll grow out soon. Don't worry." Lin Che also nodded. "Alright, I think so too. My hair has always grown quite quickly." "Yeah, you're not even 25 years old yet. Your metabolism is faster, so your hair will naturally grow faster." So there was such professional knowledge. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze again. "I'm just a little nervous. It's Eric. He's such a famous person. Didn't you say you didn't know him before?" She was much calmer when Gu Jingze told her for the first time. Lin Che said, "I didn't know who he was at that time. I only found out when I searched his name. He's a stock tycoon. He's too famous. Such a famous person. I have to control the power in my body." Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. Pretend that you don't know anything. Relax. It's okay." Lin Che said, "It's easy for you to say. Of course you won't be nervous when you meet anyone. But why hasn't the Gu family been on Forbes? I think the Gu family is very rich too." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "Silly. It's not that there aren't any rich people who participate in the Forbes ranking. Many people don't announce their assets, and don't let others find out their specific assets, especially some gray assets. Although the Gu family has a lot of assets, they have always kept a low profile. They won't announce it to the public. They won't let anyone know how rich the Gu family is. This is a strategy, and also a way of doing things." "I see." Lin Che understood this point, so he nodded his head and saw that they had already entered the inner hall. "Alright, look, Lin Che is here." A female voice came from inside. Then Lin Che saw a mixed-race girl run in first. "Ah, Lin Che. It's really Lin Che." She spoke in Mandarin and hugged Lin Che's waist. Although she was only 12 years old, she was already very tall. Hugging her waist, she looked up at Lin Che with a face full of joy and looked at her new style. "Wow, Lin Che, you're so beautiful in real life. You're 100 times more beautiful than on TV." Lin Che was stunned at first. He raised his head and looked around the room. He saw that some of the Gu family members were there, including Liu Beichen. He was sitting with Gu Jingyan. A blonde man in his 40s sat opposite them. He looked elegant and charming. He looked at the scene with a smile, as if he was a loving father. That was Eric, the same Eric in the photo. Lin Che looked at her and said, "Hey, hello." "Hello, I'm Liu Yunshi," she said in not very fluent Mandarin. "Oh, hello, you have a name from country C." "Yes, my mother gave it to me." Chapter 585. Yeah, my mom picked it for me. It's really nice. She smiled as she looked at the black-haired, brown-eyed, mixed-race girl who looked like she was raising a baby. She said, "Lin Che, did you change your look?" "Ah, yeah." She touched her hair shyly. "Is it weird?" No. It's really nice. It's so beautiful," Liu Yunshi said. "Am I the first fan to see this new look? I've never seen it on TV before." "Yes. You're the first," Lin Che said. "Oh my god. That's great. I'm so happy." She continued to tell Lin Che. Eric said, "All right, Annie, come here. Don't scare her. She's your idol. You have to be gentle to her." He said to Gu Jingzi, "Sorry, my daughter is really too enthusiastic. But I can see that she really likes her idol. Oh yeah, she's really beautiful. Is she your wife?" Gu Jingzi nodded. Yes. Eric spoke in English, so Lin Che couldn't understand him. He could only watch at the side with peace of mind. The little girl raised her head and said to her father sweetly, "Daddy, can I sit over there with Lin Che? I have a lot to say to him." Eric said dotingly, "Okay. You guys have your own private conversations. Go over there." Lin Che's hand was held by the little girl as they walked over. "Let's go. It's too boring for them to talk. Let's go over there." "Okay. Actually, I really don't understand. Let's go over there." The little girl really admired Lin Che. She raised her head and looked at Lin Che with shining eyes. Lin Che, can I call you Baby Che?" Some fans would call her Baby Che because they thought she was too adorable. However, Lin Che actually rejected it in his heart. She was such a goddess. Okay, a goddess seemed to be a little far from it. But she wasn't a baby either. Okay. However, Lin Che was still very cowardly and would always comply. The fans were God. Whatever they said, it was fine. Actually, I really wanted to come over and take a look, but my dad wouldn't let me come back on my own. This time, I finally have the chance. Oh right, I still have your Tieba, your Weibo, your fan club, but I'm still at the bottom, because I can't support them. They won't take me along. I really want to be the leader of your fan club. I still want to be the moderator of the forum. I have a lot of time. I can organize a lot of support. No, it's mainly because you're too young. It's tiring to organize reinforcements. You're so far away and it's not easy to organize. Next time, I'll let you be the group leader, okay? Group leader. Okay, I'll grow up quickly. When I grow up, I can join the fan club and become the president, right? You have to grow up properly. When you grow up, you will be able to do many things. Lin Che hurriedly contacted Yu Minmin and asked her to add Liu Yunshi into a rather hardcore fan group to be the group leader. Yu Minmin was online on WeChat. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, he quickly replied, "Are you talking about Eric's daughter? She wants to be the group leader?" "Yeah, hurry up and add her. She insists on being the leader of the fan club and the forum." Oh my god. If people know that the group leader is Eric's daughter, they will start to become fans of her and not you. Get lost. Okay, you're too arrogant. The dignified Eric's daughter wants to be the group leader of your fan club. After Yu Minmin went to get the group leader, Lin Che continued to listen to Liu Yunshi talk about Lin Che's TV series, Lin Che's relationship with Gu Jingyu, and she also liked Gu Jingyu very much. But now, her first love was Lin Che, and her second love was Gu Jingyu. On the other side, Eric was very happy to see the two of them chatting happily. He said to Gu Jingzi, "She's a little willful, but I can see that she really likes this little idol. For this reason, I also encourage her. It's good to have someone she likes. She can take him as her idol and participate in many activities. She can meet many people and get to know many people. She can have her own circle, which will make her life more fulfilling. Some of the parents overseas were also very casual. Gu Jingze smiled and looked at them. Eric said, "Is your wife very patient? I can see that she's a gentle and kind person." Yes, she was very kind. Gentle. She could be very gentle sometimes. At noon, everyone had lunch together in the manor. Eric praised that the manor was very beautiful, and that today was like a party. It was very interesting. When Lin Che was eating, she felt that her stomach was not feeling well, so she quickly went to the bathroom. As expected, her period, which had not come for a long time, came at this time. Lin Che hurriedly asked the servant to buy sanitary pads for her, while she waited in the bathroom. As she sat on the toilet and waited for the servant, she heard people going in and out outside. Someone was saying, "Is Emo Huiling really pregnant with Gu Jingze's child?" "Yeah, didn't you see her showing off everywhere? And looking at her belly, I think she's pregnant too. How lucky. Gu Jingze is too much. He has a wife at home, but he still has a relationship with his old lover. Aren't all rich people like that? Besides, he's Gu Jingze. Lin Che is fine too. She continues to go in and out with Gu Jingze. She doesn't seem unhappy at all." That's true. She's already very lucky to be with Gu Jingze. It's just a child with another woman. What's there to be concerned about? If it were me, I'd agree too. As long as Gu Jingze is willing to be with me, I don't care how many children we have, let alone one. Lin Che heard the two of them laughing as they walked away. She sat there, knowing that Emo Huiling was spreading the news on purpose. However, the Gu family couldn't tell the truth. If Emo Huiling told them that Emo Huiling got pregnant with her own sperm, she would be worried that others would find out that Gu Jingze couldn't touch women, and that Gu Jingze had stored his sperm. She didn't know what ugly rumors would spread then. Lin Che thought about it and did not mind. After being in the entertainment industry for a long time, she was used to the rumors. It was just that they misunderstood Gu Jingze, which made her feel uncomfortable. The servant brought her things. She packed up and went out. When she went out, she saw Liu Beichen outside. "Hey, do you want to go in?" "No. I don't understand what they're talking about. I'm going out for a walk," Lin Che said. Liu Beichen thought for a moment and said, "I hate those nonsense too. Why don't we sit over there? What do you want to drink? I'll bring it over for you." Lin Che said, "Sure. I'll just have something to drink." Lin Che went over and found a seat. Usually, when people saw Lin Che coming over, they would step aside and greet him before leaving. Chapter 586. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly at her. Not long after he sat down, he saw Emo Huiling walking in with her mother. The two of them were left outside. Emo Huiling wanted to go and take a look, but Gu Lanshan was the one who had brought her in. Now Gu Lanshan was nowhere to be found. Emo Huiling's mother said, "Give Gu Jingze a call and ask him to come and pick you up. Why can everyone else go in and out but you can't?" Emo Huiling said, "That's enough. It's fine if I can't go in. What's there to see about an old man like Eric? Who wants to see him? I just want you to go in and meet the relatives of the Gu family. Cultivate your relationship with them so that when the child is born, they will be the child's uncles." Emo Huiling snorted and saw Lin Che, who was sitting alone. "Lin Che, did you tell Gu Jingze to ignore me? Is that why he is treating me like this?" Emo Huiling asked directly. Lin Che frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Emo Huiling snorted. "Don't pretend to be innocent. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? It must be you. You told Gu Jingze to ignore me every day, so that he would distance himself from me. Ha! What does it have to do with me that he doesn't want to talk to you? If you don't like living in the Gu family, you can leave. Why did you come to me?" Emo Huiling gritted her teeth. "Don't think that you can win in the future just because you won today. We still have a long time. Let's wait and see." "Fine, I never said that I want to compete with you. I just want to give you a piece of advice. Don't spread those rumors. I don't care what you say in front of me. But have you ever thought about what kind of impact it will have on Gu Jingze if you tell others that you're pregnant with his child? Will you be happy if others misunderstand him? If you really love Gu Jingze, you should think from his point of view instead of being so selfish. Am I the selfish one or are you the one? What rumors did I spread? I am telling the truth. I am indeed pregnant with his child. Are you saying that I am selfish? I think you're the selfish one. You know I'm pregnant with his child, but you don't want to leave him. Aren't you the one who doesn't want to let Gu Jingze go? I'm Gu Jingze's wife. Are you sure? Didn't you steal Gu Jingze from me? If it wasn't for you, would Jingze break up with me? I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Thinking of this, Mo Huiling still felt that it was unbearable. Lin Che looked at him. Is Gu Jingze just a thing in your eyes? That's a person. Lin Che, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me about Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze and you grew up together. You were the one who forced your way in. Without Gu Jingze, what are you? You're just an illegitimate daughter with nothing. And you're telling me you're selfish? Aren't you unwilling to part with your current life? So you want to possess Gu Jingze selfishly? Yes, without Gu Jingze, you can't become a big star. Let alone see Mr. Eric here. You can't even touch the door of this manor. Mo Huiling, please show some respect. Lin Che stood up and looked at Mo Huiling with deep eyes. Mo Huiling laughed coldly. What are you doing? Do you want to hit me? Hit me, come and hit me. I want to see if you dare to touch me. Just touch me. Do you believe that your reputation will be ruined immediately? You're just a little actress. Do you think you're worthy of hitting me, the eldest daughter of the Mo family? Mo Huiling wasn't afraid that she would hit her. If she dared to hit her, Mo Huiling would dare to spread the news that Lin Che had hit her violently in order to chase her away from the Gu family. What would everyone think of her then? She was sure that Lin Che wouldn't dare to hit her, so she was so proud of herself. Lin Che stood there without moving. Although she was angry, she really couldn't make the first move. Lin Che laughed coldly. All right, if you insist that you're pregnant with Gu Jingze's child, then go ahead and give birth. But you'd better be sure. Otherwise, if it really isn't his, then I won't have to hit you. Mo Huiling felt guilty after hearing his words. For some reason she was worried. Her expression changed slightly. Then she threw a punch at Lin Che. You're shameless. How dare you curse me? Lin Che blocked her hand. Mo Huiling, I haven't settled the score with you for ruining my hair. How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? Who do you think you are? If I hit you, then so be it. Who can say anything about it? All right, I'll hit you then. Who are you? You're so unyielding. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from behind. Lin Che looked up and saw Liu Beichen walking over with 2 glasses of drinks. Mo Huiling turned around too. When she saw Liu Beichen, Mama Mo immediately grabbed Mo Huiling with one hand. She was a little shocked. Liu Beichen was a famous hedonistic son of a rich family in City B. Everyone knew that he was a domineering son of a rich family. He caused trouble and was often in the news. Although he was old now and had toned down a lot, his notoriety was still there. Moreover, because he was the eldest son of the Liu family, people couldn't stand him. He was rich and liked to cause trouble. No one could do anything to him. What was this called? One could only watch as he acted cool. But there was nothing they could do about it. Mo Huiling hurriedly said, Mr. Liu. To the Mo family, the Liu family was enough to suppress them. The Liu family didn't care about the Mo family at all. Needless to say, Liu Beichen of the Liu family didn't care about anyone at all. Liu Beichen said, Why? Are you bullying Lin Che? Mo Huiling's expression changed. No, why would I? But I saw it clearly just now. You were reaching out to hit him, weren't you? I was just joking. Mo Huiling said guiltily. Young Master Liu, this is just a private matter between me and Lin Che. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Liu Beichen harumphed. Nothing to do with anyone else. If it has anything to do with Lin Che, then it has something to do with me. Mo Huiling raised her head in surprise. Liu Beichen had always been high and mighty. He didn't care about anyone, and rarely took a liking to anyone. He was very arrogant, and didn't like to talk to people. He wouldn't even give face to ordinary people. How could he say that about Lin Che? Liu Beichen said straightforwardly. Lin Che is my friend. Whoever bullied Lin Che today is slapping me in the face. And you're saying that it has nothing to do with me? Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che and said, Did she want to hit you just now? Lin Che didn't expect Liu Beichen to be so unyielding towards Imo Huiling. Of course, she didn't know that Liu Beichen had always been like this. He was a little tyrant who wouldn't give face to anyone. And when Imo Huiling was with Gu Jingze, Liu Beichen wouldn't give face to her, let alone now that they weren't together. Chapter 587. Imo Huiling didn't dare to offend Liu Beichen. She knew that the Imo family was not as powerful as the Liu family. Imo Huiling could only say, "You didn't see me hit her. I don't care if you hit her or not. Apologize to her," Liu Beichen said directly. "What?" Imo Huiling said unhappily. "Why? Apologize or not, the choice is yours." Liu Beichen narrowed his eyes dangerously and smiled wickedly. Imo Huiling looked at Lin Che sitting there. She hadn't expected that Lin Che had become familiar with Liu Beichen without her noticing. At that time, she had been busy getting pregnant and hadn't had time to care about the gossip outside. Naturally, she didn't know that Lin Che had changed. Her rise in status in the entertainment industry was seen in the news. Everyone in the industry knew that she had attended the WW banquet. She knew that Lin Che had changed, but she wasn't sure what exactly had changed. Imo Huiling gritted her teeth and said, "I won't apologize." Just then, Liu Beichen suddenly grabbed Lin Che's hand. Grabbing her hand, he said to Lin Che, "How did this woman hit you just now? Don't you want to return the favor?" Lin Che was stunned. She looked at Liu Beichen and seemed to be infected by the evil look on his face. She looked at him and nodded. Therefore, Liu Beichen grabbed her hand and slapped Imo Huiling's hand. Imo Huiling didn't know what Liu Beichen meant at first, but after being slapped, she realized that she had just been slapped. She held her cheek. "You." Liu Beichen stood there and looked at her. "Why are you shouting? I don't like to hit women. Otherwise, I would have been the one to hit her." Imo Huiling looked at the two of them, her lips trembling with anger. Liu Beichen continued, "That's right, Lin Che returned the slap to you. But if you want to blame someone, blame me. If you want revenge, you should come to me. I was the one who grabbed her hand and hit her. So what do you want now?" Liu Beichen stood there and looked at her. "You want to return the favor? Or what?" Imo Huiling looked at Liu Beichen, who was standing tall and had a cold look in his eyes. He had actually stood in front of Lin Che to protect him, taking everything on himself. You hit me." Imo Huiling pointed at Liu Beichen. However, Liu Beichen did not seem to care at all. He looked at Imo Huiling and raised his eyebrows. That expression seemed to be saying, "I'm hitting you. So what? I'm hitting you. What can you do to me?" Yes, Imo Huiling couldn't do anything to him. She couldn't retaliate, and her Imo family couldn't do anything to the Liu family of Country C, nor could they do anything to the overbearing young Master Liu. That was why Imo Huiling was even more furious. Liu Beichen snorted and said directly to Lin Che, "Looks like Miss Imo has no objections. Lin Che, if she dares to bully you again, remember to tell me. I, Liu Beichen, will say that if she dares to bully you, it means that she dares to bully me, Liu Beichen. I want to see who dares to go against me, Liu Beichen. I have a lot of time and energy." Imo Huiling shuddered. She glared at Lin Che and the arrogant Beichen angrily. She was so angry that she wanted to charge at them without a care. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Imo family. She did not interact much with people, and had never been bullied like this before. Even though she knew that the Imo family was not as powerful as the Liu family, she had never really gone against them. This was the first time that Liu Beichen had targeted her like this, and it was all because of Lin Che. Naturally, she looked like she could not take it anymore. However, she was pulled down by Imo Wen's mother. Imo Wen's mother pulled her back with all her might, afraid that she would act rashly. Liu Beichen looked at her steadily. After a while he said to Lin Che, "Let's go." Lin Che did not want to cause any more trouble. Since he had already returned the favor, he left with Liu Beichen. After the two of them had walked far away, Imo Wen's mother, who was under great pressure, finally let go of Imo Huiling weakly. "Mom, what are you doing? I'm going to fight him." Imo Huiling said angrily. Wen's mother was so frightened that her face turned pale. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. That's Liu Beichen who dares to touch him. So what if it's Liu Beichen? I'm not afraid of him. Don't be silly. Are you going to use the Mo family to fight him? We can't fight him at all. It's useless even if you're not afraid. If you had rushed forward just now, who would have saved you? I wouldn't have been able to save you. If we offend Liu Beichen, do we still have a good life? Be rational, you mustn't go and fight him. So all I can do is endure it. Mo Huiling covered her face in pain. He actually hit me. Wen's mother's heart ached. She couldn't even bear to hit her own daughter. However, what could she do even if her heart ached? Status and power were things that mattered little by little. If they couldn't win, they couldn't. The difference in strength was too great. Even if the Liu family just stood there and didn't move an inch, they wouldn't be able to touch them. Even if we hit them, there's nothing we can do. We can't win them. Who asked Liu Beichen to stand on Lin Che's side? There's nothing we can do. Mo Huiling covered her face and snorted angrily. She stomped her feet and left. Lin Che didn't expect Liu Beichen to really stand on his side. She caught up with Liu Beichen and said, "Thank you for just now." Liu Beichen didn't say anything else. He just looked at Lin Che. People like them were used to living like princes. If they said they wouldn't give others face, they wouldn't give them face. But if they really liked someone, they would immediately treat him as a friend and treat him sincerely. They wouldn't care about status or money anymore. He said, "I think she's too much. She's a scoundrel, but she's still so proud of herself. If we don't teach her a lesson, it'll seem as though what she's doing is natural and expected. In the future, everyone will look to her as a role model." Lin Che said, "I'm just angry that she spread rumors about Gu Jingzi. She's too selfish. The truth isn't what she said. She knows it too, but she still said it. She didn't say it directly. She only said the truth. The others were just guesses by outsiders. Isn't this the way the world is? Everyone likes to make up their own stories. And the more they make up, the more realistic the story seems. Actually, how many people know the truth?" Liu Beichen said. "You're just not used to it yet. Actually, this shows that the Gu family has too many secrets, and they're too high and mighty. People can't see the Gu family's true colors, so they have to guess for themselves. It's Gu Jingzi's fault for keeping such a low profile. Everything has its pros and cons." Lin Che sighed. "All right." Chapter 588. But Gu Jingzi is used to it. It doesn't matter what the outsiders say. And there's no need to explain. The truth will be revealed one day. When they see the truth, they will know that their previous guesses were too stupid. Yeah, I know. It's the same in the entertainment industry. The fans and netizens are outsiders after all. They only know about the gossip in the industry through rumors. So they have no idea what life in the entertainment industry is like. They can only guess. Yeah. Lin Che said. "No matter what, thank you for standing up for me. It felt so good just now." Lin Che felt really good. Previously, when he heard people say that Mo Huiling had spread bad things about Gu Jingzi, the sullen feeling he had felt after hearing people say that Mo Huiling had spread bad things about Gu Jingzi had disappeared in an instant. Let Gu Jingzi treat us to a meal next time. Just treat it as a thank you. Okay. The group was going to the Gu family for dinner. Originally, they were going to a special place, but Eric wanted to see what a traditional courtyard in Sea Country looked like. He heard that the Gu family's old mansion respected tradition, and many places reflected the traditional ideas of the old mansion. Moreover, it was rare for a place to be so big, so he naturally chose the Gu family's old mansion. Lin Che was naturally pestered by Eric's daughter. The group left the manor and walked out. Outsiders couldn't get close to them, so they could only watch Eric leave with the Gu family. Gu Jingzi was in front, and Lin Che was behind him with Liu Yinshi. They held hands and jumped around looking very intimate. Everyone thought enviously that Lin Che could get close to anyone with Gu Jingzi. Even the daughter of the stock magnate was so close to her. However, Eric obviously couldn't be bothered with others, and only interacted with the Gu family. Everyone could only watch from the sidelines and disperse. However, Emo Huiling was still feeling suffocated outside. She wanted to vomit and felt dizzy. She covered her mouth and couldn't vomit. She heard Gulanshan's surprised voice. "Io, you're having morning sickness." Emo Huiling raised her head. Just as she was about to speak, she remembered the grievance from earlier. She covered her mouth in disappointment and said sadly, "Auntie, I've really let you down. I was bullied by Lu Beichen and Lin Che just now. I'm really." Why hadn't Gulanshan heard about it? She came because she heard about it. She said, "Alright, I understand. But you're only a few months pregnant, and you're already starting to vomit." "Yeah, I've been feeling uncomfortable for the past few days," Emo Huiling said. Gulanshan said, "Elderly people say that if you're pregnant with a boy, your morning sickness will be more severe, and you'll vomit earlier. If you're a girl, you might not even experience morning sickness." When Emo Huiling heard this, her eyes lit up. "Really? Auntie, then I might give birth to a boy. If it was a boy, he would be the heir to the Gu family. Although it was for girls, it was the same, boys were the same." Gulanshan said, "Alright, take good care of your pregnancy. Your child is the most important. I've heard about what happened just now. Lu Beichen actually helped Lin Che. We were also very surprised. However, Jing Zhe and Jing Yan, as well as Lin Che, brought Beichen out to play a few times. I'm afraid that they've become familiar with each other. Lu Beichen is a proud and arrogant person, but he was also subdued by Lin Che." Gulanshan thought that Emo Huiling couldn't even get along with Gu Jingze for so long. She was really useless. Lin Che might look stupid, but he was much smarter. So many people were on his side in such a short time. Gulanshan said, "Even we can't do anything about Lu Beichen, let alone you. He's always been like this. He doesn't care about anything, and isn't afraid of anything. Even the emperor can't do anything to him, let alone you. Stay away from him, and don't get angry. It's not embarrassing to be bullied by him. Look at who gets close to him." Emo Huiling was very jealous in her heart. Why would such a person help Lin Che and not her? Gulanshan said, "Auntie will help you in the future. Let's do this in the future. Don't be impatient. Take your time and don't get into trouble." Emo Huiling listened to Gulanshan's words carefully. Gradually, her face lit up with hope. Lin Che had been receiving Eric with Gu Jingze that day. The next day, before she appeared in front of the public, Andy released a news article about his latest work, which was Lin Che. Lin Che's latest look appeared on the news. It was just a few photos, but it was enough to shock people. The sudden short hairstyle caught people off guard. However, the unique style and the big-name demeanor that was reflected everywhere were also very amazing. Naturally, what was even more shocking was that this style was actually the work of the big-name stylist Andy. Every celebrity that he created would be released on the news. The Hollywood celebrities that he had created were all amazing, big-name celebrities. What was even more shocking was that Lin Che was the first domestic celebrity that he took on after he became famous. So after he released the news, many people started discussing it. There were even articles about why Andy helped Lin Che style his hair. Did he like Lin Che's looks and aura? Or did Lin Che use a lot of money to invite him? What was so special about Lin Che that Andy took a fancy to him and used him as the first stylist in the country? While everyone was guessing, Eric's daughter followed Lin Che the next day and insisted on going to the company with her. They stayed at the Gu family's old mansion that night. Gu Jingze sent Lin Che out, and Lu Yinshi followed him. She looked at Gu Jingze. "Why are you marrying baby Che and not Gu Jingyu?" Gu Jingze squatted down. Because he was tall, the teenage child could meet his eyes when he squatted down. Gu Jingze said, "Why? Don't you think it's good for me to be with your idol?" Lu Yinshi blushed under his gaze. She ran to Lin Che's side and tugged at Lin Che's arm. Then, she carefully stole a glance at Gu Jingze and said, "No, I think it's good for you to be with baby Che." Gu Jingze smiled, stood up and said, "Alright, be careful on the way." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. Gu Jingze stood there and smiled at her. Lu Yinshi turned back to take a look. Then, she quickly held Lin Che's hand and whispered, "Baby Che, I think you should act in a TV series with your husband." Lin Che looked at her strangely. Why? Lu Yunshi said. I think he's more handsome than the male celebrities you've worked with in the past. Looking at Lu Yunshi's infatuated look, Lin Che shook his head helplessly. Was Gu Jingze committing a sin just now? He was actually flirting with a child. Lin Che said, he's very dumb at acting. He's just good looking. But I think it's enough for him to just stand there and let people see him. He doesn't need to act. Alright. That was true. If a TV series was chosen and Gu Jingze was the main actor, would there still be a need for other promotions? Lin Che said, Alright, let's go to the company first. There are a lot of things to do today. Don't be bored when you arrive. No. I also want to see what your usual work is like, baby Che. Chapter 589. The two of them soon arrived at the studio. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Che walking in with a little girl. The little girl was still chattering and asking questions. Baby Che, this place doesn't look big. Yeah, every studio isn't big. We just started, so we definitely don't have the money to rent such a big place. Also, we don't have enough manpower, so it would be a waste of money. You're right. My dad also said that we shouldn't waste money. Lin Che smiled at her and watched Yu Minmin walk over with her. When Yu Minmin heard that Lin Che had brought a little girl with him, she immediately thought of something and ran out. Sure enough, she looked at Lin Che in surprise when she saw the mixed-blood girl. Lin Che smiled helplessly. Yu Minmin immediately understood. This child was the daughter of a stock king. What the hell? Why did she come here? Yu Minmin quickly said, Aya, she's so pretty. What's her name? Lu Yunshi immediately said, My name is Lu Yunshi. What a nice name. Yu Minmin said. Let's go in and have a seat later. She looked up and hurriedly called for someone. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get something to drink for Miss Lu. Bring some snacks and snacks over too. Tidy up the practice room, and let Miss Lu go over first. Everyone was still feeling melancholy. They didn't understand why this little girl had to go through so much trouble to wait on her. Seeing that Lin Che had left with the little girl, they said, Why did you bring a little girl? Yeah, sister Yu, what's she doing? Why does she need us to wait on her like this? Yu Minmin went forward and smacked the man's head. Just do what I asked you to do. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? You're lucky that she asked you to entertain her. You're not going to do what she asked you to do. You can stop nagging when someone else does it for you. They still didn't know whose little princess she was. The staff was confused and quickly went to take care of her. Lin Che got someone to accompany Lu Yunshi while he said to Yu Minmin, Look at me. We've already seen the report today. Everyone thinks it's pretty good. But I still like long hair. Well, my hair will grow back soon. Don't worry about it. We are having an interview today. It will start soon. Let's go and have a look. Alright. Lin Che and Yu Minmin walked out together. Yu Minmin said, Since you're here, we're interviewing assistants, public relations, and other makeup artists, assistants, and some apprentices. We'll be hiring them tomorrow. Oh, but I don't really understand these things. You still need a personal assistant. If there's someone you like, we can give it a try. Okay. There was a queue outside for the interview. What surprised Lin Che was that there were quite a lot of people queuing up. Lin Che couldn't help but say, So many people. Yu Minmin nodded. Yeah, there will be some people who want to enter the industry. They can start as assistants or other staff. You can introduce them to some directors and producers, and even recommend them to act. Oh, I see. These people are looking for an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. There are others who are purely here to look at celebrities. Look at those young ladies who are chattering non-stop. They don't look like they're here for an interview. They're just here to look at you. Buffed. Lin Che and Yu Minmin walked out together as they spoke. When everyone saw that Lin Che and Yu Minmin had come out, their gazes swarmed over. Many people thought highly of Lin Che and Yu Minmin's studio. One was a superstar, and the other was the president's wife. If they opened a studio together, they would definitely have a bright future. Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, everyone could feel a faint aura coming from them. Sister Che, you're here. Just in time. The interview materials are here. Take a look. Everyone stood behind and looked over with expectant gazes. It made Lin Che feel a little reluctant. It was as if he was deciding their fate. This made him even more hesitant. Yu Minmin said, "Take a look and see which ones are not bad. Put them away and let them choose." Lin Che nodded and looked at the materials. Since she couldn't look at other options, she felt that it was better to choose from their specialties and education. She finally understood why some servants placed so much emphasis on education. She didn't know any of these people. How could she choose? She could only choose from their education. She picked out a few people and said, "I think these are not bad. Take a look at the others." "Okay, Sister Che, we'll take a look at the rest. Aren't you going to attend the interview?" "No. I'm just here to take a look. You should choose according to your professional judgment. I definitely don't know as much as you do." Sister Che is too humble. After greeting them, Lin Che smiled meaningfully at the interviewers and left with Yu Minmin. The people behind said regretfully, "Why are you leaving so soon?" "That's right. You didn't choose properly." The staff harumphed and noted down the complaints. They definitely couldn't hire such people. The staff said, "Sister Che is usually so busy. Do you really think Sister Che and Sister Yu will come for interviews one by one? They don't have the time. All right, come over and wait for your names to be called." Everyone pursed their lips and could only keep quiet. Lin Che and Yu Minmin went off to discuss other itineraries. Meanwhile, Lu Yunshur was watching an entertainment program on the television, playing with the staff at the side. At first, the staff didn't pay much attention to her, not knowing where this little friend of hers came from. They only gave her good food and drinks, because she was brought here by Sister Che. However, they soon realized something was different. Lu Yunshur said, "Hey, why are you wearing such worn-out shoes? They're already torn at the edges." The staff wanted to say that these were trendy shoes, that's all. However, he said jokingly, "I'm poor. I can't even eat. And you still want to buy shoes?" Lu Yunshur looked at him pitifully and said, "Sorry, I'm not mocking you. How about this, as an apology I'll buy you shoes." "What?" Lu Yunshur directly took off the little watch on her wrist and said, "Let's go buy shoes for you. This should be enough to exchange for a pair of shoes." The staff lowered his head and looked at the watch in a daze. What was this? And this was only the beginning. Lu Yunshur was having fun. She directly said to the person beside her, "You're such a nice person. I'll give you a present as a souvenir." Chapter 590. Then, she took out a small accessory from her little school bag and gave it to the staff. When the staff took them over, those who knew what they were immediately able to tell that they were either limited edition branded accessories or expensive special accessories. No one dared to look down on this young lady anymore. However, they were even more curious about who this young lady was. When Lin Che and Yu Minmin returned, the young lady jumped down from her chair and ran over to Lin Che. "Baby Che, you're back." Lin Che looked at her. "How is it? Is it fun here?" It's fun. Your employees here are so interesting." "Ah, is that so?" "Of course. It's just that they're so poor." "Baby Che, give them a higher salary next time," Lin Che said. "All right, I'll try my best to let everyone live a happy life." Poor? Although it wasn't to the point of being rich, the studio was independent this year, and they would still give their employees allowances and benefits every month. It wasn't to the extent of being poor, of course. To Eric's family and Lu Yunshur's family, this was definitely considered a poor person. Lin Che hurriedly brought Lu Yunshur back. As they walked, he said, "We're going to the set later. Don't run around when you get there." "That's great." After he left with Lu Yunshur, the staff hurriedly asked Yu Minmin, "Sister Yu, who is this?" Yu Minmin smiled mysteriously and looked at them. She hadn't told them on purpose just now. Now they knew how amazing this young lady was. "Do you know Eric?" "Who?" "The Stock King Eric." "Don't tell me you don't know him. He's the one who dominates the Forbes list all year round." "Oh, I've heard of him. This is his youngest daughter. Her mother is Eric's second wife. She's from C, so she's mixed race. Pfft, no way. Oh my god. I feel like I've missed out on a few 100 million. Sister you tricked us. If you had told us earlier, we would have gone to lick your boots. Yu Minmin smiled and said, I was just afraid that you guys would scare the child. Alright, go do your own things. Don't cause trouble anymore. Lin Che first brought Lu Yunshi to the set here. The witchcraft notes were finally moved from the remote mountain forest to the city. When the little girl arrived at the set, she looked around curiously. Everyone looked at the little girl that Lin Che had brought along, and thought that she was a friend's child who had come to visit. Furthermore, she was very pretty and of mixed blood, so no one said anything. The director said to Lin Che, It looks like you're almost done with your scenes. You'll be done in a few days. What's left are some reshoots, so I might have to trouble you to run around. It's fine. You can call me if you need anything. I'll choose to rest for a while, so I don't think there's much to do. Okay. The director looked at Lin Che with admiration. He felt that it was rare to see such a well-matched actor. Therefore, he politely asked about the little girl. This was because when people brought others to visit, many of them wanted to help the people behind them. Some brought their relatives' children and wanted to introduce them to the industry. This was also a common sight. The director took the initiative to mention it because he liked Lin Che a lot. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't have received such treatment. That little girl looks pretty good. Why, do you have any thoughts? Seeing that the director had misunderstood, Lin Che hurriedly said, No, she's not here to be an actress. She's the child of one of my guests. I brought her out for a walk today. Let Lu Yunshi act. She had to have the guts. The director said, Oh, is that so? I thought she was a little girl who wanted to act. Many kids nowadays have dreams of becoming stars. I didn't think about that, but thank you for giving me face. I'll have to trouble you again in the future. Thank you so much. The director said, You're too kind. It's been a pleasure working with you. If you need my help, do let me know. Lin Che smiled. After settling the matters here, he went to call Lu Yunshi. Seeing Lin Che, the other young actors hurriedly greeted her. Sister Che, you're here. Sister Che, do you want to sit with us? We'll get you coffee, drinks, and fruits. Everyone hurriedly made way for her. Lin Che smiled and said, There's no need. You guys do what you need to do. I'm just here to take a look, pick up tomorrow's script, and discuss with the director about tomorrow's scenes. You guys go ahead and play. I'll be leaving soon. Oh, then we won't take up Sister Che's time anymore. Lin Che bid farewell to everyone one last time, and left with Lu Yunshi. Along the way, there were still people who greeted Lin Che. Lu Yunshi couldn't help but exclaim to Lin Che, Wow, baby Che, I feel like everyone respects you so much. Lin Che smiled and said, How could you tell? Of course I could tell. Look, they were so polite when they spoke to you just now. Lu Yunshi said, You were really amazing just now. I really admire you. Well, not to mention her age, even ordinary fans would have such thoughts. If their idol could be very good, they would also feel satisfied. Lin Che said, Our circle pays attention to seniority. I've been in the industry for a long time, so they respect me. That must be because you're amazing. They're not as famous as you, Lu Yunshi said. I know. I've read a lot of gossip, and it's written all over it. Amazing celebrities are all like Sister Che. They'll be respected in the crew. Baby Che, you don't have to be humble. You're more famous than them, so they respect you so much, because you're better than them. Alright. She had to admit that Lu Yunshi's words made her feel very satisfied. It was probably because this was a small achievement that she had worked hard for a long time. So it gave her a sense of accomplishment. Alright, you're right. Being more famous means that you're more amazing. The two of them left the place and went back. She sent Lu Yunshi back to her father's place. Eric had already decided to stay at the Gu family's old mansion while they were in Country C. Lin Che sent him to the old mansion, then returned to his own place. When she reached home, she had just collapsed on the sofa in the living room when she felt someone walking over quietly. Lin Che raised his head and saw that the person in front of him was actually Mo Huiling, who was holding a tray. She looked at Lin Che and smiled. making Lin Che feel uncomfortable all over. What are you doing? Lin Che, I'm here to apologize to you. What happened today was my fault. You might not know this, but pregnant women tend to be emotionally unstable, so I couldn't control my emotions. I'm here to apologize to you now. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Chapter 591. Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling suspiciously as she put down the things on the tray. She smiled and said, Lin Che, this is the tea I made for you. Take it as an apology. How would Lin Che dare to touch the things she brought? She seemed to understand Lin Che's intentions and said, I know you might not be willing to accept my tea. Don't worry, I won't put anything in it. Wouldn't I be courting death if I did something to it at home? Forget it. I don't have anything to say about apologizing to you. Sayu. Mo Huiling suppressed her anger. She remembered what Gu Lanshan had said and held back her anger. She continued to speak softly. I'm sorry. What else do you want me to do? I promised to control my emotions in the future. My arm hasn't recovered yet, and it'll probably be next month or so when it recovers. I'll just stay here for a while. If Gu Jingze really doesn't have any feelings for me, I won't pester him anymore. Just let me try for the sake of our child. Since you're so confident that Gu Jingze doesn't have any feelings for me, just treat it as me giving up on him by staying here. Lin Che looked up at Mo Huiling. Lin Che didn't believe a word she said. He was just wondering what Mo Huiling was up to. Lin Che didn't want to waste any more time or conflict with her. When her arm recovered, Gu Jingze would find a way to make her leave, even if she didn't want to. Lin Che nodded and said, Okay, then we'll be fine for the time being. I hope we can pretend that the other party doesn't exist and not disturb each other. Mo Huiling smiled. As long as you're not angry. All right, I'll leave the tea here. Rest well, I won't disturb you anymore. Seeing that Mo Huiling had left, Lin Che looked down at the tea on the table. Gu Jingze came home very early that night. When Lin Che was reading the script, he appeared behind Lin Che. Lin Che felt very tired because of her period. Even though it was the second day, she still felt uncomfortable. Gu Jingze's hands wrapped around her gently. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment before raising his head. Ah, you're back. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked as if he was about to fall asleep. He reached out and took the script from her hand. Let's go to sleep. Lin Che was in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and said softly, Yeah, I'll go to sleep right away. Didn't you go accompany Eric today? I still had work to do. After I was done, I had dinner with him. Oh, okay. Lin Che reached out his hand and said to Gu Jingze, Come here and sit for a while. Gu Jingze helplessly looked at the shameless Lin Che, shook his head and walked over. He sat down, and Lin Che's arms wrapped around him. Hugging him, she said tiredly, I really don't want to move. With you as a bear to hug, I don't want to move at all. She touched his chest. And it felt good. It was very comfortable to lean against him like this. It was so comfortable that she didn't want to move. Gu Jingze said speechlessly, Who's a hugging bear? What's wrong, just a hug, let's go to the room and hug slowly. He lowered his head and smelled the fragrance of her hair, smiling lightly. Lin Che said hurriedly, No. I'm too lazy to move. Also, I'm on my period. You can't touch me. Gu Jingze pulled her up and looked at her. I said I'm just going to hug you. What are you thinking? Oh yeah, he knew that she was on her period, and he definitely wouldn't touch her. Was it because she was really scared of him? That was why she was so paranoid. Every time, he would say that he would only come for a while, and then go to sleep. But in the end, it still didn't work the first time, and he would do it again. In the end, after a few times, she was completely exhausted. Lying down, she didn't even know what happened before she fell asleep. Lin Che argued, What I mean is that I'm on my period. You can't touch me, let alone hug me. Alright, even if you can't touch me, you still have to wash up. No, I don't want to go. I want to sleep straight away. I'm so tired. Gu Jingze looked at her helplessly. Don't move. I'll do it for you. Ah. He lifted Lin Che up in an instant. Hey. It's dirty. I'll do it myself. I'll go and shower myself. During her period, she always felt that it was so dirty that even she disliked it. How could she let him see it? All right, what's there to be dirty? It's something that came out of your body. It's called endometrium and blood clots. It's not dirty at all. All right, don't move. Although Gu Jingzi said that, Lin Che still didn't want him to see it. When she opened the bathroom door, she quickly ran in and said to Gu Jingzi, I'll wash myself. I don't need your help. Gu Jingzi could only watch her close the door. At the door he paused and thought for a moment. In the end he didn't leave. As expected, after a while, the sound of water could still be heard from inside. But he didn't know where she was. Gu Jingzi knocked on the door. What are you doing? Lin Che still didn't make a sound. Gu Jingzi called someone over and asked the servant to bring the key. He waved his hand to dismiss the servant before opening the door with the key. When he opened the door, he saw that Lin Che was sitting inside asleep. Because she was on her period, she didn't take a bath. She was sitting on the chair in the rain. At this moment, she was leaning against the chair with her head tilted. Gu Jingzi had no choice but to close the door. He carefully took a large bath towel and wrapped it around her. Then he put on a bathrobe and carried her. Woo! Lin Che opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Gu Jingzi. What's wrong? Idiot, you're asleep. Ah, is that so? I went to a few places today and my body is weak, so I'm too tired. I'm so sleepy. Gu Jingzi carried her into the room and placed her on the sofa in the room. Lin Che got up and said, I'll do it myself. It's okay. Don't move. Gu Jingzi frowned and pressed her down. Sit properly. He squatted down and patiently dried her body inch by inch. He was very meticulous, even wiping the seams of his fingers. Then he lifted her leg and wrapped it in a soft towel. After drying her carefully, he went to get the clothes. He carefully put the clothes on her head. As he put them on, he said, If you're too tired tomorrow, you can rest at home. No, I have a scene to shoot tomorrow. I can't let the crew wait for me alone, Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi wanted to say something. Lin Che looked up and said, I'm learning from you. People have to have a sense of responsibility, right? I have to be responsible for the entire crew now. How can I be so capricious and refuse to go just like that? Gu Jingzi could only stop talking. He lowered his head and kissed her, then put the sleeves of the clothes on her. She looked at Gu Jingzi and felt like she was a doll that was at the mercy of others. But this feeling was very blissful. Chapter 592. She had never heard of a husband who treated his wife so gently in a marriage. Maybe in the stories she had heard, there was a husband who took care of his wife for half his life when she couldn't take care of herself. It was very admirable. However, people like Gu Jingzi, who took care of his wife like he was taking care of a child, even though she could be his own wife. That was more heartwarming. It was so sweet that she felt as if she had eaten sugar. A person's passionate love could be reflected when they went through a storm, but a person's sincerity could be reflected when they were calm. Looking at Gu Jingzi, she couldn't help but think of this. Gu Jingzi touched her wet hair and took the hairdryer. He combed her hair gently and started to blow it from the top. I don't want you to do it, Lin Che said. If others hear this, they will laugh at you. Laugh at me? Yeah, you're the great CEO Gu, but you're taking care of others like this. You're not someone else, Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt the warm wind blowing from the hairdryer. But I'm also embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed? Because Lin Che didn't know how to describe it. He just felt that he was a sinner for taking care of her like this. The great CEO was busy every day, but he still took care of her like this after he got home. Outside, Whirlwind wanted to go over to Gu Jingzi after he came back, but she didn't expect that Gu Jingzi would directly lean against Lin Che. The two of them looked so close that it was very irritating. However, Whirlwind didn't expect Lin Che to be so arrogant now. She actually wanted Gu Jingzi to take care of her when she showered, and even wanted him to carry her in and out. She was so shameless. When did Gu Jingzi ever take care of others like this? Did she know that he was the great Gu Jingzi, the head of the Gu family? How dare she treat Gu Jingze like this? It was so outrageous. Emo Huiling was angry and sad. She also felt that Gu Jingze was really useless. He actually treated Lin Che so well. Why didn't he take care of her like this when they were together in the past? She watched silently for a long time before leaving. When she was on the phone with Gu Lanshan, she told Gu Lanshan these things. Gu Lanshan said, Lin Che and Jingze are like this. We all know that Jingze dotes on Lin Che a lot, but we didn't expect him to dote on him to this extent. Don't be angry. Gu Jingze will treat you the same way after you chase Lin Che away. Would he really scold her like that? Thinking of that scene, Emo Huiling felt intoxicated. Gu Lanshan said, Do you remember what I told you? That Lu Yunshi is still pestering Lin Che. She's probably going to film with Lin Che tomorrow. Yes, I remember. Isn't that right? Listen to me. Don't always clash with Lin Che. Using someone else's hand to deal with her is the best way. It was just like Gu Lanshan. She could not stand Mu Wanqing, so she would not fight her head on. After all, there were many people who wanted to deal with Mu Wanqing. Emo Huiling put down the phone and muttered to herself, Lu Yunshi. After Yu Minmin went back, Gu Jingming said to her, Did Eric's kid go to your studio today? That's right. You know Eric too. Yes, I'll meet him at Glass Palace tomorrow. Since he's here, I have to show him something. Ah, he's coming to Glass Palace tomorrow. That's right, it's just a business meeting. You don't have to prepare anything. Oh, that's good. Yu Minmin smiled and went inside. After washing her face, she lay on the bed and turned on the computer. A message popped up. It was Feng Xiaoqing talking to her. Minmin, are you there? Yu Minmin said, Yes, I'm here. What's up? I heard that Eric came to Country C. He kept a low profile and didn't inform the media. Yes, that's right. Eric will be attending a state banquet in 2 days. Can you help me get an invitation? I'm a fan of Eric's, and I want to meet him. Invitation, Yu Minmin said. I'm not sure about that. Okay, I'm just asking. It'd be great if there's one. After all, Eric came to Country C in trouble. I was very excited when I heard about it. But it's fine if there's none. Just pretend that I didn't ask. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Yu Minmin said. I'll help you ask. But I don't know much about national affairs, so I don't really care. Yes. Just help me ask around. I'm just trying. Because he had helped Yu Minmin before. Yu Minmin still wanted to return the favor. Moreover, perhaps she had a good impression of him from the start. Or perhaps she felt that he was very fresh and sunny, and that he was so good to her. So she subconsciously wanted to help him. However, she only wanted to help him ask. If there wasn't one, she wouldn't force it. She still held on to this principle. Seeing Gu Jingming outside, she walked over and said, Eric is attending the state banquet? Yes, Linda told you? Gu Jingming said. Yu Minmin shook her head and said, No, someone told me. A classmate of mine wanted to ask me. He's Eric's fan and hopes to meet Eric, so Gu Jingming stopped moving. The pen in his hand stopped on the document. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. For some reason, Yu Minmin felt that his gaze was filled with evil. What's wrong? Yu Minmin said. I'm just asking. I got it. This kind of banquet doesn't allow ordinary people to attend. I'll leave first. Wait a minute, he said directly. Yu Minmin stopped. He continued to write without raising his head. Tell Linda that I said I'll give you an invitation. Yu Minmin didn't expect him to agree, and was a little stunned. After going out, she looked at Feng Xiaoqing's message, and replied that she would give him an invitation tomorrow. Feng Xiaoqing was very grateful immediately. You really got it. Thank you so much. I was just trying. I didn't make things difficult for you, did I? Please don't make things difficult for me. No, I was just trying, but Gu Jingming agreed very quickly. On the other side, Feng Xiaoqing looked at the reply on his phone, and said to the woman beside him, Look. Wow, it's true. The president's wife got it for you. You're too amazing. Feng Xiaoqing snorted and threw his phone aside. I could tell when I was in school that she liked me, but her status was too different from mine. I didn't care about her, but I didn't expect her to become the president's wife. Now that I can make use of her, of course I won't waste this person. Sigh. I also didn't expect her to still have a crush on me. Wow. Then aren't you trying to poach Mr. President's woman? How could that be? I'm just making use of her at the right time. This time, I have a chance to meet Mr. Eric. Maybe I can get some investment from him. Then, the project in my hands will be settled. Chapter 593. The next morning, when Lin Che went out to film, Lu Yinshi followed him. Gu Jingzi sent them to the set and asked Lu Yinshi to sit in front while they sat in the back. Gu Jingzi said to Lin Che, Mr. Eric will probably attend the state banquet tonight, so Annie will stay with us for the time being. Annie was Lu Yunshi's English name. Lin Che nodded and said to Gu Jingzi, Aren't you going? You don't want me to stay at home? You want me to go to the banquet? Gu Jingzi turned to look at her. I didn't say that. Don't think too much. Oh, so you want me to stay at home? Gu Jingzi continued. Why are you so nosy? We're almost there. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Humph. Lu Yinshi turned to look at Lin Che and Gu Jingzi. You guys are so sweet. Lin Che's eyes widened and he said, Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. We're getting out. The car stopped at the entrance, and Lin Che asked Lu Yinshi to get out. Gu Jingzi said, Okay, slow down. Lin Che wrinkled his nose at him. Let's go. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Jingzi glared at her, but he ignored her words and turned to ask the driver to drive. Lu Yinshi and Lin Che walked in together. Lu Yinshi looked at Lin Che and said, I think it feels good when you guys are together. I want a boyfriend like you too. Lin Che asked curiously, What do you mean? Gu Jingzi feels good no matter what he does when he's with you. Was this an illusion that fans had about their idol? Did they think that she was good in everything? Lin Che frowned and said, It must be your illusion. You look good in everything. That's not it. Lu Yinshi held Lin Che's hand and strode out with him. She said, I've never seen a couple like Baby Che and Gu Jingzi. The two of them look so sweet when they sit together. And they talk so cute. When he looks at you, it's as sweet as honey. And when you look at him, it's as if you're going to melt in happiness. As she said that, she tilted her head cutely and sighed as she looked ahead. If only I had such a good boyfriend. That would be great. Lin Che said, Little love-struck fool. I'm very envious that you two can be together so casually. Baby Che, what kind of magic treasure do you have to make your love so casual? Listening to her mature speech, Lin Che thought that maybe it was because she matured earlier and had a different upbringing. However, it wasn't a bad thing. There was nothing wrong with understanding love early. Lin Che only listened to her words and said gloomily, I don't have any Dharma treasures. It's just that I've always been very casual. Lin Che didn't understand either. Perhaps it was because she had never deliberately tried to get it, so her luck was better. The heavens saw that she was too slow, so they couldn't bear for her to be eliminated. So they treated her so well? In the beginning, she never thought that Gu Jingzi would gradually treat her so well. In the beginning, she still remembered that Gu Jingzi actually hated her. Later, when he treated her well, she also felt that it was because he felt guilty towards her. Because he didn't love her, he could only treat her well to make it up to her. But now, he was still so good to her and so considerate that she was often moved to the point of being in a mess. Lin Che also didn't understand. Why would such a good man like him treat such an ordinary person so well? Lin Che said, There's no secret to love. Just let nature take its course. Alright, you're right. Lu Yinshi still looked at Lin Che enviously. But Baby Che, I'm also very happy that you're so happy. Baby Che, I hope that you can always be happy. Thank you. I also hope that I can always let nature take its course. Lin Che also wanted his life to be peaceful and smooth. But it seemed like it was really difficult to live a peaceful life with a man like Gu Jingzi. After all, Gu Jingzi was destined to not be an ordinary person. Lin Che brought Lu Yinshi over. He went in to film and asked someone to take care of Lu Yinshi. After she was done with her makeup, she came to see Lu Yinshi and told her, It's best if you don't leave here. It's very chaotic outside, especially with all kinds of people in the crew. It's very dangerous outside. Wait for me here and watch me act, okay? Lu Yincher nodded vigorously. Okay, I'm so happy to watch Baby Che act here. Everyone must be very envious of me to be able to watch Baby Che act. Lin Che felt really weird, being worshipped by Eric's daughter like a little fan. It was really. Lin Che was still worried, so he asked someone to watch Lu Yincher in case anything went wrong. It wasn't a good idea to bring her here, but Lu Yincher was very interested and insisted on coming along. Eric doted on his daughter and listened to her. Moreover, Eric didn't think that there was any danger in Country Sea. Lu Yincher watched from inside and felt bored. She walked around curiously and looked at the things in the crew. Someone in the crew didn't know who she was and asked curiously, "Why is there a child here? Whose family is it?" "Sister Che brought him here. She said that he's a friend's child. Take good care of him." "All right." That person looked a little unwilling. Although she was brought here by Lin Che, and he had to give her face, it was still very annoying to look at children. Someone then instructed, "This child isn't ordinary. His family is very rich. You should be careful and not let your guard down." When he heard that, although he agreed, he still thought to himself that it was none of his business how rich he was. Lu Yincher played inside just like that. As she played, she saw a handsome guy smiling at her from the little pavilion opposite the window. That smile made Lu Yincher's young face turn red. More importantly, she was bored and curious. She looked around and climbed out of the window. The crew rented a place to film in a manor. It was green outside, and the sun was shining brightly. When she walked out, the handsome guy walked over and greeted her with a smile. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I'm playing here." "What about you? What are you doing?" Lu Yincher said. He said, "I'm playing something interesting. Do you want to take a look?" Lu Yincher was still a little wary. She looked at him without moving. He placed a cool mobile game in front of her and said, "Have you played this before?" Children of Lu Yincher's age were playing games like this. Looking at the handsome guy's various playstyles, she asked curiously, "What kind of game is this?" "It's just a simple game. Let's go and play together." Lu Yincher looked at him and said, "Are you a scammer? Just now, Baby Che said that there's danger outside." The handsome guy scoffed and said, "You little one, why would I lie to you? I'm just bored and you look very good." This was the first time that Lu Yincher was praised by a handsome guy from Country Sea. Her little face blushed. She looked at him and said after a pause, "All right, teach me how to play this game." Chapter 594. Although Lu Yincher was a little vigilant, she had never experienced such things. Under Eric's protection since she was young, she felt that it wouldn't be a big deal even if something happened. There would always be someone to help her deal with it, which was why she was so fearless. She was a little rebellious. After coming to Country Sea, she yearned for a little excitement, so she was very interested in this handsome guy and followed him. Lin Che was still reading the script and rehearsing when the production crew hurried over. They looked at her and said a little fearfully, "Che, Sister Che, something happened." He didn't notice it at the time. When he entered the door, Lu Yincher was already gone. He started to be afraid. This matter would offend Lin Che, the female lead of this drama, and such a big star at that. He really felt that his future was going to be ruined here. Lin Che still didn't know what had happened. He looked at the person who came. "What happened?" "The little girl you brought with you, she's gone." Lin Che was stunned. "Yincher?" "Yeah." Lin Che got busy. He went to the place to take a look, and found that she was indeed gone. He quickly went out to ask. Gu Jing's bodyguards were still there. He told them, and they went in to look for her. After checking, the bodyguard said to her, "Madam, Miss Annie probably left through the window. No one came in to take her away, and she didn't show any signs of resistance." Lin Che said doubtfully, "Did she leave on her own? But how could?" "Madam, maybe someone is lying to her outside, or maybe she wanted to go out to play, so she sneaked out." Lin Che held his forehead. The first thing he thought of was her safety. She was only a 12-year-old girl, and he was only worried that she would get hurt outside. She quickly said to him, "Inform Gu Jingze first." After Gu Jingze found out, he called her first. "Don't worry, Lin Che. I'll send someone to look for her. Eric doesn't have any enemies in the country, so he shouldn't be in too much danger," Lin Che said. "But Eric is so famous. I'm worried that someone will find out that she's Eric's daughter and have bad intentions." "Don't worry. Since she ran out on her own, it means that she's not an ordinary kidnapper. We can't be sure if she sneaked out on her own. There's no use worrying too much, right?" Lin Che sighed, but suddenly thought of something. "Does Mr. Eric know about Yunshi's disappearance? He's visiting Glass Palace. I'm afraid there's no way to inform him now. We'll try our best to find him before he leaves Glass Palace." Lin Che could only say okay. She put down the phone and did not speak of her worries. But she knew in her heart that if anything happened to Yunshi, Eric would be very angry. Would he blame her? Of course it would. She blamed herself for bringing her to such a messy place. There were too many people coming and going, so no one paid too much attention to her. Yu Minmin soon learned of this matter. She hurried here. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and told her what Gu Jingze had said. Yu Minmin frowned and said, "If she ran out to play on her own, everything might be better. When she's done playing, she'll contact us and ask for it back herself. But no matter why she went missing, I'm afraid Eric will be angry. If he blames you for this, I don't know how they'll deal with it." Lin Che said, "I'm just worried that Yunshi will be in danger. If she's fine, Eric won't do anything when she comes back. If something happens to her, I won't forgive myself, and Eric won't let me off either. Anyway, I'll die." Yu Minmin said, "What have you done now?" "I've asked the crew to find the surveillance footage." "All right. Anyway, everything will be perfect as soon as we find her. There's no point in blaming ourselves now." The two of them walked outside. The crew had stopped filming, and many people were helping to find Yunshi. As the child was lost here, the production crew was shocked. When they saw Lin Che and Yu Minmin walk in together, the director personally came over and said, "I told the person who was watching just now to think of a way to find the girl. We definitely won't let him off this time, don't worry." Lin Che said, "Director, I know it has nothing to do with the crew, but please help me find her." Of course. This is what we should do." The crew started to help search for her. Everyone knew that the person Lin Che brought had gone missing, so they didn't dare to delay. They quickly went out to think of a way, and asked the people around them if they had seen this little girl. Logically speaking, such a beautiful mixed-race little girl should easily attract everyone's attention. However, no one had seen this girl before. This made Lin Che's heart sink. She knew that this wasn't a good sign. At this moment, the crew quickly brought over the surveillance footage they found. "Sister Che, these are all the surveillance footage from that period of time. Take your time and don't worry. We believe that we'll be able to find her soon. All of our staff have already gone to look for her." Lin Che said, "Okay, thank you." "No, you're too polite." Lin Che opened the surveillance footage and said to Yu Minmin, "They seem to be very afraid of me. Of course they lost your people. If you're not easy to talk to, their positions and futures will all be gone. Of course I'm nervous. Of course I'm afraid of you." Lin Che said, "This matter has nothing to do with them. It's just that they were careless. They really don't value your people. How could they be so careless? Such a big person disappeared just like that." Seeing that they were so nervous, and that the entire crew had come to help her, Lin Che couldn't say anything else. She was also responsible for losing her people. At this moment, they could see her in the surveillance footage. They could only see one side of the surveillance footage, which was facing the room. They saw Lu Yunshi walking back and forth in the room for a while. Then, she suddenly looked at the window and giggled, saying something. Then she opened the window. She jumped out of the window, when no one was looking. She was gone just like that. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin speechlessly. It seems like she really ran away on her own. But I think someone lured her out. It's just strange. This person doesn't seem very fierce. It doesn't seem like he used violence. What's going on? Yu Minmin said. Let's see if there are any surveillance cameras in different directions. It'll be better if we can find out who lured her out. Lin Che said. Okay, I'll send this to Gu Jingze first. Gu Jingze called her very quickly. Chapter 595. Hearing the phone ringing, Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, answer it quickly. Lin Che picked up the phone. How is it? Gu Jingze said. I've sent someone to check on her, and hired a lip-reading expert to see what she said. Lin Che, are you still with the crew? Lin Che said. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if she'll come back. Come to the door. Lin Che was stunned. He continued. Should I go in and look for you? She suddenly realized what he meant. He was talking about the door. She gasped and said quickly, I'll come to look for you. Lin Che ran out quickly. He said to Yu Minmin, sorry, I'll go out first. Gu Jingze is here. Oh. Of course Lin Che didn't want Gu Jingze to come in. Lin Che ran out quickly. Seeing the car outside, she knew that it must be Gu Jingze's. She ran over quickly and said, Gu Jingze, why are you here? Gu Jingze opened the car door and let her in. Looking at her little face, which was full of worry, it seemed that she was as haggard as he had imagined. After coming in, he looked at her and frowned. This isn't your fault. You don't have to be so worried. Leave it to me. Someone is already looking for her. She can't have gone far. The entire B city's traffic is under surveillance. Once she's taken out, she'll be discovered immediately. No matter who it is, they'll be discovered unless they cross the mountains. So don't worry. Lin Che took a deep breath, trying to make herself look better, but the corner of her mouth twitched, revealing an ugly smile. But seeing Gu Jingze, she felt better. She looked at him and asked, But why did you suddenly come here? Is it just because you're worried about me? Gu Jingze said, I think you must be thinking too much. Am I right? He was right. Lin Che's mouth twitched, but she looked at Gu Jingze and thought, if that's the case, he could have come earlier, but he only came now. In Gu Jingze's opinion, if he had the intention, he would have come immediately. But if he only came now, did you have something to deal with just now? Yes, they were just having a new product discussion, Gu Jingze said calmly. Lin Che immediately said in surprise, No way. Then, you kept calling me just now. Was it during the meeting? Yes. All right. Lin Che thought that she was just a little reliant on him. Whenever something happened, she would always think that as long as he was around, he would be able to solve it. It was probably because she worshipped him too much. Therefore she had called him several times just now. Now, he was afraid that a lot of people had heard her calling him frequently during his meetings. Lin Che couldn't help but wonder what the other people in the conference room were doing when she was on the phone. Then what about the others when you answered the phone? Are you going out to answer the phone? Although she didn't think it was possible, she still hoped for it. However, Gu Jingze said, Tell them to stop. Lin Che thought about it in his heart. When everyone was in a meeting, Gu Jingze shouted for them to stop, and the senior executives of Gu's stopped talking at once. That feeling, it was really weird. Moreover, it was because of her phone call, which made her feel really sinful. Lin Che said, All right, I'm actually fine. Really? You don't have to come specially. Are you really fine? He lowered his head and stared at her quietly with his glass-like eyes. Under his focused gaze, Lin Che couldn't help but push his chest. You're annoying. I just want to find Yunshi as soon as possible. After all, she's still so young. It's too dangerous. She's such a beautiful little girl, so she'll definitely be in more danger. Gu Jingze quietly kissed her forehead. As if to comfort her, he raised her face with his big hand and caressed it. Be good. Or come back with me first. We'll slowly look for her. No need. I'll feel more at ease here. Really, nothing will happen. Gu Jingze looked at her silently. He knew that although she looked easy to deal with, and was muddle-headed, she wouldn't easily change her mind once she had decided on something. Thus Gu Jingze said, Okay, I'll get someone to look for her. When Lin Che returned inside, Yu Minmin stood up and said, No way, Gu Jingze loves you too much. He actually came here to look for you. His heart aches for you, so he rushed over immediately. Lin Che said, "Don't talk nonsense. Can't he just come over to ask about the situation?" "Of course not. I mean, is Gu Jingze really good to you?" Lin Che said, "Alright, I'm too lazy to talk to you." But Gu Jingze said that he called a lip-reading expert to see what Yunshi said. Yu Minmin said, "Oh." As expected of Gu Jingze, he even found a lip-reading expert. He's very professional. Lin Che said, "I hope we can find her soon." At this moment, the anxious crew had found some more clues. The director knew that there was a clue, so he hurried over and said, "Lin Che, we just found out that the person who took the girl away seems to be an extra in the crew. He's very handsome. I think the girl likes to play with him, so she followed him. After all, he's handsome and attractive." Lin Che immediately said, "Can we contact this person now?" "We can't really contact him. Our calls haven't been answered. But we found a few places that this person frequents." Lin Che said, "Alright then, director, give me the address first." The director put down the document. Lin Che looked at the address on the document and saw that it was a strange place. There were bars, lounges, clubs, and video arcades. Lin Che said, "Will he bring Yunshi to these places?" The director said, "These places look very ordinary, but they're places that enthusiasts go to. It's not as simple as a bar." Lin Che said to the director, "Director, thank you for helping us with this." The director hurriedly said, No, it's just what we should do. I hope we can do our best." Lin Che sent the director off and looked at the place with Yu Minmin. Lin Che said, "Although Gu Jingze is looking for her, we'll also look around. Maybe we'll be lucky." Yu Minmin said, "That's true, but remember to disguise yourself when you go out." Lin Che nodded. "Don't worry, I will. Then, we'll split up and quickly search these places." Yu Minmin also thought that it was a good idea. It shouldn't be a problem to bring bodyguards along. Lin Che brought some people out and called one of the bodyguards. She knew that this person was quite powerful, so she didn't bring more people with her. She didn't want them to be more conspicuous and alert the enemy. If the man discovered them first, he might hide in a deeper place, and it would be harder for them to find him. Chapter 596. Because Eric didn't know about it yet, Yu Minmin said not to make it too public, in case it caused a bigger incident and put Lu Yunshi in more danger. Thus, the two of them left first and went to look for it themselves. Lin Che quickly drove to the first place with his bodyguards. He went in and walked around. It was an ordinary bar with nothing special. He took the photo given by the director and asked the owner. In the end, the owner said that this person came here often, but he didn't come today. Also, there was nothing special about him. Lin Che could only go to the second place, but there was no result either. Lin Che was a little disappointed. He sat there and asked Yu Minmin. She didn't find anything either. Lin Che didn't have any hope, and went to the third place. This was a game hall. It was quite strange that there was still a game hall in this place. But after entering, he saw that there were quite a number of people here. The game machines were all old-fashioned. It seemed like a place that nostalgic people liked to come. Lin Che disguised herself, so that no one could tell who she was. They just looked a little strange. Lin Che held the photo and stopped someone. He asked politely, "Sorry to disturb you. Do you know this person?" The eyes of the person who saw the photo flashed. "Why are you looking for him? Hey, you know him, right?" Hearing that there was hope, Lin Che hurriedly asked again. But at this moment, the boy directly turned around and ran inside. This caught Lin Che completely unprepared. She was stunned for a moment before she said to the bodyguard, "Chase after him." The bodyguard chased after him. Lin Che also ran and chased after them. However, the boy went straight into a passageway. The person at the door stopped the bodyguard. Lin Che also caught up at this time. She pointed inside and watched the man disappear. She said to the staff who stopped Lin Che and the bodyguard, "He ran in. We're looking for him. What does he do?" After seeing Lin Che's photo and hearing her ask if he knew the man in the photo, he actually ran away. Wasn't it obvious that he had a guilty conscience? The person at the door sized up Lin Che and snorted. "This is a private place. You can't enter." Lin Che said, But we want to see him. He knows the information we need. I have to see him. Don't stop me, or I won't be polite. Lin Che couldn't tell them what they wanted to do, so he could only threaten them. However, they looked at the two of them. The other one was a bodyguard. He looked quite tall, but Lin Che was a girl. She was useless, and would only drag them down. So the man in front of him snorted and said disdainfully, "You'd better not behave atrociously here." Lin Che said, "We have to see this person today. If you're sure you won't let me in." After Lin Che finished speaking, he directly walked forward. Seeing this, a few people sneered. One of them clapped his hands, and a few men immediately came out from the door behind them. They looked fat and thin, but they all had fierce expressions on their faces. They looked at Lin Che and the bodyguards and walked towards them. With so many people, there were about a dozen of them. They really had the advantage in numbers. So that man snorted coldly and looked at Lin Che. "It's not too late to leave now." Lin Che looked at them and only smiled coldly. Then, he instructed the bodyguard, "I'll go in to find someone. Stop them." "Yes, madam." Then, the bodyguard suddenly made a move and directly kicked a man in front of him. The few people widened their eyes slightly. They didn't expect that tall bodyguard to challenge so many people alone. Then, the few of them suddenly rushed forward together. That man pointed at Lin Che, who was about to barge in. "You, get this straight. You're acting atrociously here. You really don't want to live." However, just as he finished speaking, the bodyguard had already hooked his arm and hooked him over. Then, he punched him in the face and pushed him to the ground. But the bodyguard's arm was agile, and his strength was shocking. He was also very fast. His movements were smooth and smooth. When the person was kicked over, he stepped on him. Then, he casually broke another man's wrist and pushed him to the side. In a short while, the place was filled with wails. They finally knew that the person who came today was really not to be trifled with. They also didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary man would be so powerful. He could beat up more than 10 of them in one go as easily as if he was playing with sandbags. But Lin Che knew that if these people were ordinary people, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Lin Che knew the strength of these bodyguards. Even someone who knew a little martial arts would be at a disadvantage in front of them. These ordinary people didn't even know how to punch or kick, and would just come up to beat people up. Those who wanted to fight because they had more people were even less of a match for him. To him, it was really as easy as throwing a sandbag. They didn't even think about it. They were facing a world-class bodyguard. Lin Che took advantage of the chaos outside and walked in. The man inside was already trembling. He didn't expect that she could come in even with the people outside blocking her way. Moreover, after hearing the voice just now, he already knew that he had nowhere to run. He looked at Lin Che. I don't know anything." Lin Che said, "I haven't even asked and you're already saying that you don't know anything?" He also didn't expect that these people wouldn't be able to stop her. It seemed that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended today. He could only show weakness and say, "I really do. I've seen that person before. We stole something together. I thought that you were the one who lost something and came to look for us. So I ran away." Lin Che had a feeling that this person definitely knew something. "I think it's better for you to tell me. Otherwise, as you can see, I'm not an ordinary person. I'll find out about this sooner or later. When it's too late, you'll all be accomplices and I won't be polite to you." She was trying to scare the timid man in front of her. Because of his guilty conscience, he looked at Lin Che and hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "All right, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. This really has nothing to do with me." Lin Che said, "You know where this person is, don't you?" "No, I only know that he previously said that he met a big customer who gave him a large sum of money. He's going to make a fortune, so he's going to go out and hide for a few days. What else? Also, he asked me if there's a safe place." Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes lit up. "Then you provided him with a safe place, right?" The boy could only look at her and nod in fear. Lin Che felt that the expression he was looking at her made it seem as if she was some scary villain. She couldn't help but feel helpless. Did she look that scary? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.